North Fork Shenandoah River near Stratford, 2.5. South Fork.
Be just as critical. A study from University College London found more than 30% of stroke survivors experience depression and anxiety. 71% of patients who did mental health therapy improved those symptoms, and the sooner they started, the better they did.
Lows in the upper 50s.
University of Utah Health found patients who had weight loss surgery saw the biggest mental health benefit, not from losing the weight, but from facing less stigma from society. That led to them eating healthier and also led to better mental health. Weight stigma is associated with depression, anxiety, and worse eating habits. And if you've ever tried eating healthier and felt like you didn't lose any weight, a new study from Harvard School of Public Health says it probably still improves your health. Researchers found a third of people who tried healthy diets didn't lose any weight, but they still improved their cardiovascular health, and that includes their cholesterol levels. Stay with us, Marty's beach forecast is coming up next.
This competition is about understanding the fundamentals and traditions in sushi and Japanese cuisine.
I'm ready. This could be anyone's game.
For everyone out there, follow your dream.
Meet 3 women who have come to Rome to star in their very own romantic comedy.
I feel like I'm in the Lady and the Tramp. This is a real-life fairy tale.
This season, we went searching for the very best. So join me in my kitchen here for some truly memorable meals. Welcome back, everybody, to Emerald Cook.
Let's take a look at the beach forecast, and I want you to know temperatures comfortable. There'll be times of cloud, times of sun, maybe a couple showers, but temperatures comfortable down the ocean and at the Delaware National Seashore.
Fabulous. And finally, here at noon, the quintessential It bag is about to go on the auction block. The original Hermes Birkin bag, the original, will be available up for auction on July 10th. It's an all-black saddle-stitch handbag designed by about 40 years ago by Hermes CEO Jean-Louis Dumas after a chance encounter on a plane with actress Jane Birkin. And these bags sell for tens of thousands of dollars. I imagine this could go for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
When I hear about the price of handbags,
I know.
I think to myself, P.T. Barnum was 1,000% correct.
In saying what?
It's a sucker born every minute.
Do you have an anniversary coming up?
Please don't go there.
Okay.
Let me just say this.
How does Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield build healthier communities?
With service. Every year, Kennedy Krieger Institute serves 27,000 individuals with neurodevelopmental diseases, injuries, and disorders. We needed that.
In that central regional forecast, covering Texas all the way to North Dakota and Minnesota.
Hey, brushing besties. Yet another toothpaste that does not wipe. Girl, this one works. Dr. Torres?
basic toothpaste stops at the top. Crest goes deeper to dissolve the bonds that hold stains to teeth, lifting them away. For whiter teeth in one day. Crest.
Anything's been good. You put in the work, you put in the time. Just work hard and dedicate yourself to your craft.
Day trading attention means that you do not put anything on a pedestal. I have no romance to social. I care about today, right now, and what is overpriced and underpriced.
Who are you?
Did you recognize me?
Maybe he's done it again. He's changed.
I am he, and he is me.
This isn't an ordinary ship, you know. This is a time machine.
We have come for you.
Hey, get in here.
Death is always more frightening when it strikes invisibly.
Our supreme plan to control
The universe, yes, I've heard all that before.
an apple a day keeps the,
Never mind.
Monster Jam is as big as it gets. Fun for the whole family. Watch the Monster Jam channel.
Streaming all the time.
Available for free. Anywhere,
Anytime, any place. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
365 days a year. Now available on Roku.
We're having fun here at Weather Nation. That is Gaylord, Michigan, and you can see that bear, not a Tigers fan. Wonder if this bear is from Chicago and came to a little visit there in Detroit. Oh, this one's not shy. Look at that. Getting right in front of the camera to say hello, kind of say, hey, we did this. We're not scared of you, is what they're basically saying. Always enjoy that Gaylord, Michigan cam. We're going to take a look now at the North Central forecast. In a few minutes, we'll get it over to meteorologist Brittany Lockley. She's going to take over in the South Central U.S., so you want to stay tuned for that. Very active down into that part of the country, but it's also going to be active here in the North Central U.S. with multiple days of severe thunderstorms. There's going to be severe weather building from the Front Range of the Rockies out through the Central Plains and into the Mississippi River Valley. This includes Dodge City, Springfield, all the way out into Louisville, Kentucky. Notice Saturday, though, it's more of the same. We even see that chance for some strong weather with the next front driving south into, say, North Dakota and South Dakota and over to western Minnesota. And then Sunday, it's going to be another similar outlook. The southern side of the region definitely going to be very, very active. You can see how things have been this morning, especially with that air quality into, say, Detroit and Chicago. Hey, maybe that's why those Bears were a little frustrated. They're not liking the air quality out there. That's why they were doing that there in Gaylord, Michigan. There are the watches and warnings as far as air quality alerts. Those are going to be going into the afternoon for cities like Chicago. So outdoor activities, anything where you're going to be doing a lot of heavy breathing, that workout outside, or maybe you work outside, the air quality is going to be extremely poor. So hopefully all the businesses, all the workers are taking precaution, getting ready for some of that poor air quality to deal with if they're going to be outside. Forecast for this Friday, 76 in Lincoln, 80 Springfield with that chance for some thunderstorms. We can see the storms picking up into, say, South Dakota, Nebraska, out into Wyoming and Colorado as we make our way into the late afternoon. And then notice another complex of thunderstorms going to form and push overnight into Oklahoma, into Arkansas, and into Missouri. So this is going to be another situation where we get involved with more of that overnight severe weather, flooding potential, hail, damaging winds, all that could happen while a lot of us are sleeping in this part of the country. And then we see some of this intense weather Saturday afternoon around Kirksville, so in northern Missouri right there. That right there could be a severe thunderstorm. This is going to be on the northern side of a low. There's going to be some natural spin happening, so we can't even rule out some tornadic activity. And then the next cold front on Sunday, this will be the culprit. This is going to be the focus for showers and thunderstorms, and some of those storms potentially could be severe. So there's a check again of that forecast. Notice conditions kind of staying very similar over the next few days with temperatures and those storm chances, and then also this threat. Can't rule this out, but flooding rate,
Service Kent State College has issued a flash flood warning for South Central Columbia County in central Pennsylvania, southeastern Northumberland County in central Pennsylvania, west central Schuylkill County in central Pennsylvania until 3:30 p.m. At 12:33 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Mount Carmel, Kaltmont, Ashland, Lavelle, Aristes, Fountain Springs, Wilburton, number 1, Locustdale, Burries Lake, Wilburton, number 2, Gordon, Marion Heights, Centralia, Pittman, and Schuylkill County Airport. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads.
Oh, crap.
Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3:30 p.m. for the following counties: Columbia, Northumberland, and Schuylkill.
Forgot QKX is relaying.
Here is the latest National Weather Service forecast for Erie, Cumberland, Dauphin, and Lebanon counties, including the city of Harrisburg. This afternoon, thunderstorms and a chance of showers between noon and 2 p.m., then showers and thunderstorms likely after 2 p.m. Some thunderstorms may produce gusty winds, then some thunderstorms may produce gusty winds and heavy rainfall after 2 p.m. Rainfall amounts between a tenth and a quarter of an inch. Highs in the lower 80s.
Alright, well, at least I got that alert.
Winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Showers and thunderstorms likely through midnight. Then a chance of showers and a slight...
That's going to keep things pretty active, and then we'll have those warm temperatures and peaks of sunshine. That's going to increase the instability for today, so all modes of severe weather are going to be possible, including on a Saturday, even pushing into Sunday. Look how widespread. And Sunday we'll actually see another system start to drop down from the south. Let's get into the details, though, all the way up from the Centennial State and down to the Woods and Lone Star State. In the brown color, we have that heightened risk, about a 5% chance of seeing at least a few tornadoes. Let's say a tornado or two, but very widespread, even moving back towards the southeast when it comes to the potential for rotation. Now, once again, Dodge City, Amarillo, Lubbock, we can see up to 10x size hail or over 10x size hail, 2 inches or larger across this region. What we've been tracking early this morning, this is what's left. It's going to be moving further down into Arkansas, pushing down a little bit further to the south in areas like Greenfield, Vicksburg. Also going to see some pretty heavy rainfall. Then that low pressure system starts to move further down, and then we start to see some isolated showers across the Texas Panhandle. And this is around 6 p.m., but just wait until we get to those overnight hours. We're going to start to see more widespread thunderstorms move across this region, pushing down towards Fort Smith, Little Rock, and over towards Memphis. This cold front going to keep things busy, and even the Dallas metro as we head into Sunday. But that next system also keeping things busy. Once again, firing up those storms in the same region. So unfortunately, after mountain rain, that's going to lead to some flooding concerns. We're going to have more details coming up in our top weather headlines. But first, we're going to take you out towards the northwest, where it's just going to be downright hot.
echo you twisting the knife.
Escape.
Get the hell out of my house.
Support Charles anytime.
I won't have to lift a finger.
24 hours a day. On the General Hospital Channel.
I got an A. I got an A. I got an A.
How did she do better than me?
I get it. You're jealous.
Gloria?
Haters gonna hate.
I don't care.
He should. You're embarrassing yourself. Drew's here hasn't been a cakewalk. I can't let him fly solo.
Then let's find him a date.
You really think she'd say yes?
Wouldn't be a good plan with your Torres. Sorry.
I'm gonna make this up to you. Just tell me what to do.
You can tell everyone that you ruined fun.
Forgot 2KX is relaying.
Over here. Your one-stop shop. For sharks, and more sharks has arrived. It's all sharks. All the time.
This season looks like, smells like, feels like spring forward on the Dove Channel.
Spend weeknights with 3 perfect gentlemen. Okay, they may not be gentlemen,
If you interfere, I'll kill you.
but they are perfect.
That's right.
Weeknights starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Great Entertainment Television.
Alright, well, at least you got that over. Alright. Well, at least you got that over.
Oh, welcome back to Weather Nation. Of course, as soon as we take the Boise camera just stopped working out there, but I was watching that for the last minute. A couple guys out there hanging out, catching some waves, having a good time in the Boise River on a Friday. Hey, high pressure's moving, and that's a good idea for the weekend, but they were wearing wetsuits, and please, folks, remember, if you're heading out to any waterways to cool off this weekend, it's still early in the season, so it's still going to be pretty chilly out there on a lot of those rivers, the lakes, etc. Of course, the Pacific Ocean never really warms up out there off the coast of Washington and Oregon. We're tracking excessive heat as a massive ridge of high pressure builds in. It's still offshore, but by the time we get to Sunday and Monday, it's going to be sitting right on top of the Pacific Northwest, bringing in all that sinking air. And we're looking at a significant warm-up underneath that ridge because of that warming by compression. So as we look at midday Sunday, got a lot of 80s and 90s out there on the map, some triple digits by the late afternoon. Monday afternoon, we've got a lot of 90s and even a couple triple digits, especially looking at the Sacramento Valley out there from Redding down to Sacramento. Some extreme heat certainly possible there with temperatures surpassing 100 degrees. We are going to be tracking the potential for record heat. One lone record possible tomorrow, but as we get into Sunday and Monday, quite a few record highs are expected to fall for areas like Portland, Eugene, Seattle, all the way over to portions of Idaho, Missoula. By the time we get to Monday, we got some mid-90s in the forecast for Montana even. Pocatello, Boise could see some record highs fall. By Tuesday, the ridge is shifting farther east and weakening somewhat, so there will still be the potential for a few records. Farther east, however, out towards Spokane, Missoula, and Baker City. Temperatures as we get into Sunday afternoon are going to be very hot. 96 in Portland, more than 24 degrees above average. Medford 101, Seattle 84 as well. And And when it's early in the season, if your body's not used to the heat, you could suffer some of those heat-related impacts more quickly. So make sure you're drinking lots of water, just paying attention to your body. You start getting headaches, you start feeling woozy, you notice some redness. Those are signs that you need to cool off right away. As we get into the Monday time period, still expecting the extreme heat to continue, but we are expecting some major impacts, especially for some areas into central Washington on Sunday, along the Columbia River, up to Kennewick, the Richland area, that kind of Tri-Cities area, expecting some of those bigger heat impacts. So make sure you're just, again, paying attention, taking breaks, making sure you can cool down at times. And this is the urban heat island effect. We've been talking about this a lot. When you have a big area surrounded by concrete, by steel, it is hard for those locations to cool off because they don't have the trees to take care of that. Not a big water source either. So it can feel significantly warmer in cities. It gets significantly warmer. So for a lot of folks in Portland, this heat wave is going to be feeling about 9 degrees warmer than it would have been if you were kind of in a more rural area compared to the city. Temperatures do start cooling down a little bit on Monday for areas like Portland, down to 94. We'll see a more significant cool down toward the end of the week, but we also have excessive heat now in the forecast for portions of the Southwest and the Mojave Desert. Vegas pushing 108 on Monday. Seems early in the season for it, advertised 96, but this is about the time of year we start to see some of those happening. Yuma, Arizona gets 20-plus days of 110-degree heat a year. Phoenix and Las Vegas, they get a handful to around 13 or so, and we're going to see that extreme heat building in a lot of places. Speaking about heating up, the tropics certainly are heating up, especially in the eastern Pacific, where we now have 2 areas to monitor.
Absolutely. So we're going to get your tropical update coming your way now as we're looking at Acapulco, New Mexico. Acapulco, New Mexico. There is one in New Mexico after the Dennis. But let's go ahead and talk about the tropics. And what I've got here is the forecast for the Saharan dust. The dust coming off of the coast of Africa, moving all across the Atlantic waters, into the Gulf waters, and even setting up over land. Southern Florida, this is Saharan dust. So if you do have an issue when it comes to air quality, maybe you have respiratory issues, that sort of thing, there could be some impactful air quality conditions for outdoor activities. We're getting some moderate reports of the poor air quality that's happening up in the Daytona Beach as well as Jacksonville. We could start to get even more of those building in as we push here over the next few days as more of that Saharan dust starts to take over. There are 2 high chances for development in the eastern Pacific. As you see those highlighted blobs there on the map, we'll zoom in here a little bit more. Let me step off the screen so you can get a bearing on where we're at here. So we're off of the southern and southwestern coast of Mexico for that long red blob, and then you can kind of see the other blob that's out there east, or I should say west in the eastern Pacific. That is another high chance for tropical development. So we could see 2 potentially named storms trying to form. They're very close to each other. One looks like it's going to get a bulk of the energy. You can see, ooh, that looks a little nasty there, but luckily staying away from land. It looks like they might actually start to interact with each other and maybe combine into each other. But there's all that heavy rainfall that could be happening in parts of the country of Mexico. We look out into the Pacific, though, no tropical development expected in the next 7 days. So this is what we like to hear. Now, we do have a hurricane season kickoff. It's happening Saturday, June 7th, so that's tomorrow live. Dr. Jim and Josh Morganman, they are going to be talking tropics, so we'll be checking in with them throughout the day. But we also want to talk about that Eastern Pacific hurricane season.
While the Atlantic Basin brings more high-impact storms to the U.S., the Eastern Pacific hurricane season is known to cause trouble in the Southwest, Hawaii, and especially Mexico. The Pacific hurricane season begins on May 15th, lasts for a full 200 days. An average season produces 15 named storms, 8 hurricanes, and 4 major hurricanes. The first named storm typically forms around June 10th and lasts around November 5th. Most of the tropical depressions, storms, and hurricanes remain out to sea over the Pacific Ocean. However, a few can bring far-reaching impacts, like in 2023, when an enhanced pressure gradient from Dora contributed to dry winds fueling wildfires in Lahaina, Hawaii. And Hillary became only the 3rd tropical storm on record to make landfall in Southern California, bringing widespread flooding. That same year, Otis strengthened from a tropical storm to a Category 5 in less than 24 hours as it devastated the resort town of Acapulco, Mexico. Whether you live in the West, Gulf, or East Coast, it's important for you to know how hurricanes impact
where you operate.
With more jackpots hitting every hour, FanDuel Casino has your chance at the #1 feeling, which is still winning. Still better than number 24, writing a hit song about
Jackpot. All day. Jackpot. Another one.
or number 47, hanging out with a bunch of people named Jack Potts.
So I say to the guy, call me Jack. Mr. Potts is my father.
How can any of this be fair?
Now, you might think, hey, we just need more doctors, but that's not really it.
Russian scheme here?
Shows you where it starts, where it ends.
Were you really willing to risk that job?
Yes.
At Thunder Bay's favorite festival, Wake the Giant.
There it is.
Stream anytime. CBC News.
The cinema of the season is upon us.
You're unbelievable! This guy is next level! This place is going nuts! This is the show that never ends!
TikTok Radio is the perfect place to listen to the top TikTok songs living rent-free in your head. From your For You page to your TV screen. Enjoy all your favorites and more on TikTok Radio. Start streaming today.
Those who ride with us, stay with us.
So, last year. Hey, has anyone ever been on Shelby's popular flower shop in Nashville?
Take your guns, boys. That's the way of the West.
All right, gotta check this out. Beautiful time lapse of the sun rolling over the Tetons. You see the partly cloudy skies there. We're letting some rays of sun through, and they just kind of dance up the valley toward the camera. Really cool stuff. Well, the Tetons this time of year. Good weekend ahead out there. We're gonna have a couple of storms around today, but into the end of the weekend and early next week, it's gonna be warming up outside. So you want to go to someplace cool, like the Tetons. We still have storms in Wyoming and Montana the next couple of days. Not widespread, however. Heat really builds in this weekend, though, as a massive ridge of high pressure shifts from the Pacific over to portions of Oregon and Washington, with storms and slightly cooler temperatures returning toward the middle of next week. We have a frontal boundary that's crossing its way through the Canadian Rockies right now. That's going to send some scattered showers and storms into portions of Montana this afternoon, help to increase the lift here across southern Wyoming as well, where we do have a slim chance for a couple of isolated severe storms for areas like Cheyenne and Laramie. Otherwise, just expecting some general thunderstorms. We'll see those popping up around the mountains, not quite back to the Tetons. They're looking okay out there this afternoon, but the Wind Rivers, out towards the Laramie Range, and all the way down to that I-80 corridor near Cheyenne, back to Rock Springs, we're seeing that chance still for some stronger storms. Into the evening hours tonight, that's when the cold front starts to generate some storm activity across Montana, from Bozeman out through areas like Glasgow, on the headwaters of the Missouri. As we look into Saturday morning, here's the front tracking its way into North Dakota. Not many showers out here. Into the afternoon, we do get a couple of those pop-up showers and storms from the Ozarka Mountains and Yellowstone back down to areas like Cody and all the way over to Casper. So mostly northern and northeastern Wyoming, getting the chance for some of those storms on Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning. So tracking some of those showers down towards Cheyenne, Rock Springs, while the rest of the area is looking pretty good into Sunday afternoon as the low moves into North Dakota. So So we do get a couple of showers and storms today and tomorrow. The most active Sunday looking less active unless you're down towards I-80 still. So Cheyenne, we are going to have those rain chances sticking around through the weekend with wild swings in temperatures going from the low 60s today, clearing up tomorrow nearly 80 degrees, back down to the low 70s Sunday, and then warming up next week with additional storms returning into Wednesday and Thursday. Glacier National Park, hey, it's a good weekend ahead out there, but Monday and Tuesday are hot, 90 degrees. This is at one of the visitor centers, so it is a low elevation site. Of course, you can cool off as you go up higher in the park. High pressure gradually building in and settling in over Washington and Oregon as we get into Sunday, moving farther inland as we get into Monday to keep the heat going for the interior of the Northwest. So we're going to be tracking record heat potential starting tomorrow, but really picking up into Sunday and Monday across the region. Seattle at 78 today, Spokane at 86. Already a warm day, dry day, get a couple of pop-up sprinkles out there.
Most of those storms headed on over towards the east, and then by Sunday we can pick up some more severe thunderstorms isolated to scattered in nature across New Mexico. But in terms of the rainfall, most of these storms moving very quickly, so less than about a half an inch of rain across this area. Roswell, 99 degrees for today, 93 in Albuquerque, hitting that century mark in El Paso, so very warm conditions across this region. We're going to keep the temperatures in the 90s for Albuquerque as we get into next week, but usually around this time of the year, the high is 88 degrees, so you're a couple degrees above average. Now, when we take a look at Colorado today, all the way up towards the northern tier of 25, Interstate 25, even pushing towards Cheyenne. As Rob was mentioning, we have that severe weather threat, and once again, we're going to see some stormy conditions as we go the rest of the day, really pushing in your afternoon and evening. Widespread storms pushing across 70, 25, Grand Junction down towards Durango, and this is where we're going to see at least some of those stronger storms leading to a decent amount of rainfall across this region. As a cold front works its way down, we'll still see some stormy conditions even as we head into Sunday, so not really catching a break. There are some areas that can see 2 inches of rainfall or greater, and we even going to see that rainfall across areas like Utah. Price down towards Cedar City, over towards Grand Junction. This is where we have that marginal risk of seeing some flash flooding. But in terms of the temperatures, we're going to be building in that heat, especially back towards the west. Take a look at Grand Junction on Sunday, 92 degrees. Denver, I'll leave you with this. Your 7-day forecast, or Colorado Springs, here's your 7-day forecast. sure you're sticking around with us. We're going to be talking about severe weather coming up next.
Calling all Tyler Perry fans.
This is gonna be fun.
Your favorite hit dramas in one place, 24/7.
Wait, what?
It's a wild ride.
On BET, Tyler Perry Drama.
The National Weather Service and State College has issued a flash flood warning for central Franklin County in south central Pennsylvania until 3 p.m. At 12:57 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Van Esbert. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for the Hagerstown and Martinsburg area and the surrounding WXM42 listening area. West of today, partly sunny with scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms late this morning, and mostly cloudy with numerous showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the mid-80s, except in the upper 70s at the higher elevations. Southwest winds around 5 miles an hour.
Not that one.
Chance of rain 70%.
Alright, thank you, CTP.
Tonight, mostly cloudy.
To that FFW. Nice. Thank you.
Insane visuals here out of Morton, Texas, of a big-time tornado. This is a little bit west of Lubbock yesterday, and yeah, really impressive tornado. You could see the dust getting pulled into the storm on the ground, wrapping into that system. Thankfully, in a rural area, so no injuries to report that I've heard from this system. That's great news. But these cells in Texas yesterday were monsters, producing hail up to 5 inches in diameter.
I mean, you throw in all that dust, I mean, it just really enhances the scene. It makes it even that much more impressive overall on the video imagery. But Rob, some of the hail reports anywhere from 2.5 to a Hockley, Texas report of 5 inches.
Yeah, bigger than a grapefruit. Massive hail that requires a really intense updraft. A softball-sized hailstone requires a 100-mile-per-hour updraft. So a 5-inch hailstone is going to be stronger than that. And, you know, it's scary when those winds start to get pushed down to the surface.
Flood watch in effect until 10 p.m. this evening. What flash flooding caused by excessive rainfall is possible? Where a portion of central Pennsylvania, including the following counties: Adams, Cumberland, Dauphin, Franklin, Lancaster, Lebanon, Erie, Schuylkill, and York. When until 10 p.m. this evening. Impacts: excessive runoff may result in rapid rises and flooding of creeks and small streams, along with other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Additional details: multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms will move east across the watch area this afternoon and early this evening in the moisture-rich air mass ahead of a slow-moving frontal boundary that was located over central and northern Pennsylvania. Locations receiving training thunderstorms with rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour will be especially susceptible to flash flooding. http://www.weather.gov/safety/. Flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be prepared to take action should flash flood warnings be issued.
Oh, what the hell? What?
Here is the latest National Weather Service forecast for Cary, Cumberland, Dauphin, and Lebanon counties, including the city of Harrisburg.
Thank you, 100.
This afternoon, thunderstorms and a chance of showers between...
Thank you, 100, for not activating. But anyway, at least I got that.
Kansas, there's going to be some natural spin happening in the atmosphere with these storms, so that's going to be for Friday. Then notice Sunday, as this cold front comes in, look at these storms building for Sunday afternoon, coming through Abilene, heading right towards the DFW Metroplex. So for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, a lot of these exact same areas are going to be under the risk of severe thunderstorms. I mean, this is a different day, but it's still the same story. So it's a rinse and repeat forecast overall. Denver back in that outlook for severe thunderstorms Sunday, extending all the way down into central Texas for places like Waco. Significant severe for Sunday, the fact that there is an outlook for significant severe this far in advance, it just really tells us that there's confidence in the likelihood of getting in on those 2-inch diameter hailstones, maybe winds exceeding 74 miles per hour, maybe even a tornado that tries to form. If you have 2 strength or stronger on the enhanced Regina scale, severe thunderstorms as far as being a day out in advance, always good to be ready for what could be on the way. Well, significant severe weather threat, it means these 3 things: winds exceeding 74 miles per hour, 2-inch diameter or larger hail, or those strong EF2 tornadoes. That's where wind speeds are either 110 or stronger when it comes to the tornado. High temperature forecast showing those conditions staying very toasty into Dallas, 95 Saturday, Sunday, up to 97 Sunday down into Houston, and there's humidity into those spots, so it's going to be feeling even warmer overall. So add about 5 to 10 degrees to that air temperature, and that's going to be the heat index forecast. As far as potential record highs, we're going to be seeing some of those go down in Texas. We've got Victoria, Houston, Austin, all could be getting up close to a record. It looks like as of right now, the capital there, Texas, Austin, has the higher chance of breaking a record high. Let's go out into the eastern U.S. A look earlier out of eastern Massachusetts for the city of Boston. And Rob, you've got more on that pattern across the northeastern U.S.
Yeah, could see some strong thunderstorms this afternoon. Gusty winds, the main threat. Boston has seen a significant cool down since yesterday, where we had high temperatures up into the upper 80s and low 90s across portions of New England. A couple record highs for Poughkeepsie, Millinocket, and Bridgeport, Connecticut. Pulteney, New York, had a hailstone up to 3 inches in diameter yesterday. That's massive for the East Coast. I mean, big for anywhere, but for New York State, that's impressive. Bigger than the size of a tennis ball. We're still going to be tracking 2 main sources of moisture for the Northeast, giving us flooding concerns today and tomorrow, as well as some isolated and scattered severe weather chances along the frontal boundary, which drapes through Kentucky all the way through New York State today into tomorrow. And by tomorrow, the frontal boundary will pick up that extra moisture from our coastal low, which the National Hurricane Center was actually watching earlier this week for some development. Not developing into a tropical system, but has some of that moisture with it. That's going to enhance rainfall rates today across the Northeast, especially tomorrow across the Northeast. We do have a chance for severe weather, including a level 2 threat for wind damage today from Boston back to the west through Massachusetts, southern New Hampshire, and the northern third of Connecticut. Hartford right on that line for a better chance for damaging storms. We had one strong storm earlier this morning already, but the strongest storms are expected into the early to mid-afternoon hours once again as we look at around 3 o'clock Eastern. Numerous strong storms around Pittsburgh, out to central Massachusetts, up towards New Hampshire, and over towards western Maine, with more than heavy rain and a few strong storms lingering through the dinner time hours tonight. D.C., you're going to have a couple of strong storms still crossing I-95 by around 10 p.m. As we get to Saturday, here comes that extra low with the additional moisture working its way into New England. So Saturday, if you're west of I-95, it actually looks pretty good. Out to the east in New England, we have a couple of scattered showers, a couple straight thunderstorms in the afternoon. Not a terrible forecast overall, but it is looking fairly rainy today into the day tomorrow, at least with some scattered showers tomorrow. Flood watches are in effect from Binghamton and northeastern PA all the way out through southern New Hampshire and Massachusetts, just west of Boston. As we expect the heaviest showers today, upwards of 2 to 5 inches over the next couple of days when we add it all up. And that flooding threat will persist down to the south as well as we look at Friday, a level 2 threat for portions of New England. Saturday, a level 1 risk for portions of New England. Sunday, the flooding risk drops far to the south, down towards gusty winds out there yesterday, and we still have a severe weather threat for the Front Range. More top weather headlines on the way.
Get ready for even more reasons to celebrate, because Huff and Even More Puff has come exclusively to FanDuel Casino, and it's packing even more bust-out bonus rounds, even more mega hat wins, and now even more bonus spins for new players, which means even more moments that'll have you jumping for joy. Play Huff and Even More Puff online for real money, exclusively on FanDuel Casino.
I became an attorney because I like helping people, and I really enjoy being the person to take another human being who's in a really difficult position in their life and help bring them to a much better position so they can have a better future. The most rewarding thing about the work that I do is being able to help the little guy against the big guy. We can help recover compensation for their injuries or for whatever has happened to them in their life and to their family.
A British policeman murdered in a rich man's panic room.
We don't need outside help.
They want that British box and beef with peas.
Is it always this hot? How was Charlie killed inside a locked panic room?
This is not going to go well.
The whole case either depends on us finding the answer. Have you worked it out yet?
I can't prepare that.
All aboard? Your one-stop ship for sharks, sharks, and more sharks has arrived. It's all sharks, all the time.
A Tatooine-looking sun out there in Middletown, Delaware. The water, though, not very Tatooine-esque. New Jersey City, New Jersey. Look at the haze out there. Both these videos showcasing what smoke does to visibility and to visible light rays. They get scattered a lot with smoke, and the higher, the more scattering you have, the more those colors turn into those reds and purples. We are going to still see some of that smoke lingering, but air quality is going to improve this weekend. Unfortunately, as we have multiple rounds of rain coming in, so we're going to have the rain come in. You might get a little bit of dirty rain at times if the smoke is still around, meaning you might get some splotches on your car as the rain falls. But we're also going to be tracking some severe weather and enough rain for flooding issues. So here's our first system that's working its way east today. Our main driver of severe weather potential along the warm front and the cold front, plus another area of low pressure that's moving up from the Carolina coast. That's going to help to increase the rainfall tomorrow. Worst air quality today is along the Canadian border and back over to the Great Lakes, but we should see improving conditions where we have some westerly winds coming in instead of out of the northwest and north. So expecting some thicker smoke overhead today for areas like Boston and New York through the afternoon and evening hours. That smoke should be clearing up fairly quickly, though, as we get into the Saturday time frame. And we should have the most clear skies we've had basically all week. But then by the end of the weekend, if you notice the smoke, it's starting to work its way back into the Great Lakes. The weekend should be relatively clear still, but next week should get another round of smoke to move in. How about the storms, though? We have this fall system working east, a coastal low going north. That's going to combine for heavy rainfall, but this boundary gets stuck here across the Mid-South, down to the Mid-Atlantic, and that's going to keep the severe storm threat going all the way through Sunday. Areas of Maine today, all the way back through St. Louis, down to Roanoke in the severe weather risk. Saturday, Philadelphia, central New Jersey, back over to St. Louis, still in the risk for severe storms. Doesn't move a whole lot on Sunday. Goes a little bit farther north in Pennsylvania and back over to northern Indiana, all the way up to around Notre Dame or so. Going to be tracking some isolated tornado potential. Bowling Green and Evansville today out in western Kentucky. Those strongest storms are expected as we get through the early to mid-afternoon hours. So this we need to be the most weather aware. At the same time, though, we're going to be tracking strong storms south of the low from Pennsylvania down into Virginia. Those storms look to reach their peak into those mid to late afternoon hours and then tend to lose energy into those evening hours tonight. Can't rule out a stray strong thunderstorm, though. Saturday, midday hours, Evansville, Bowling Green. Here comes the next round of rain along the warm front and our next area of low pressure, which does bring in some intense thunderstorms on Saturday again. Overnight, midnight Sunday, Richmond getting some strong storms over towards Cincinnati as well. We could see a couple of stray severe storms in the afternoon. And by Sunday, we're watching these storms blossom across Pennsylvania with the strongest weather down to southern Virginia south of the warm front. So a heads up around the Chesapeake Bay where we could be seeing a lot of those stronger storms. 1 to around 4 inches of rain expected. So flooding issues will certainly be present as well. Lexington, low 80s the next couple of days. Indianapolis, low 80s as well. A little bit of a cool down next week with your storm chances mostly staying away in Indy after the next couple days. We've had a very decent cool down across the Northeast, around 10 to 15 degrees cooler than this time yesterday after record-breaking heat with highs in the 80s and 90s. Today, 70s and 80s, a good 5 to 10 degrees cooler for most areas. Though along the warm front, we'll still have a chance for some gusty thunderstorms especially. So down trees, down power lines, the main threats here. But flooding issues also possible along I-90 and up towards portions of southern New Hampshire. As we track the storms into the afternoon, this is where they reach those severe weather limits, getting pretty intense over New England and back over towards portions of New York State and Pennsylvania. Saturday, we're mostly losing the severe weather threat up here, just some heavy rainfall on the way, but it's not widespread, so it's not an awful Saturday, but you're probably going to have some showers around. First half of the day on Sunday for New England, New York State look pretty good, but Sunday afternoon and evening we get a few more showers to work their way north. So you're going to have to find those windows to get outside and enjoy your weekend. Let's send things down to the southeast. Tracking some showers and storms as we take a look out at Pinehurst, North Carolina.
Yes, take a look at Pinehurst, North Carolina. We have some gloomy skies across the region and some pitter-patter raindrops there. We're going to continue to watch the rain move across the southeast. This time, we're going to have severe thunderstorms. Now, when it comes to the heavy rainfall, it's going to lead to some flooding. So let's go ahead and get into the details, especially for today. I think more widespread, pushing into the Carolinas, down towards the deep south. Areas like Atlanta, Georgia, you're included, Nashville, Tennessee, pushing up towards Johnson City. Now, the potential to see some rotation sticking around in the mid-south, so areas like Nashville and Memphis, you're included in this. Now, it's becoming more widespread in terms of the areas that we could see the tornado threat as we get into tomorrow. But take a look at the widespread severe weather risks, damaging winds, tornadoes, and also some hail going to be possible across this region. Now, we're tracking what is known as mesoscale convective systems. So you're going to notice that they come back from the west around the stationary front that's going to be sticking around, or I should say the front of that is just hanging out across the south, because we're going to see rotation once again on Saturday, areas like Nashville down towards Birmingham, so over the same region. So let's get into the details, because the MCS, a cluster of thunderstorms that can dump some heavy rainfall, but also known for the damaging winds that they can produce. As we get into Friday, you're going to notice that the strongest storms will roll through areas like Nashville, Chattanooga, Greenville, over or back towards Charlotte with the heavy rainfall. And then also lifting up towards the north is going to be this warm front, but we're going to be tracking storms along this front as well. A low pressure system also surging up towards the north, but you see how the stormy conditions for Raleigh, Columbia, Greenville persist even as we head into Saturday evening. Now, Sunday, here's a look at another MCS that will be pushing down towards the south, this time ahead of a cold front, and that's going to keep things stormy, and this front dipping further down towards the south, so areas like Savannah, Brunswick, Georgia can see some of those severe thunderstorms. Now, there will be pockets of rainfall that can get over 4 or 5 inches of rain, so we have a slight risk. That includes areas like Nashville today, including Nashville tomorrow, and Birmingham. Rounds and rounds of rain over the same areas with saturated soils, really gusty winds expected to come through. Now, that can lead to some down power lines, toppling trees. So just a heads up. It's also relatively very warm across the region, and it's expected to get warmer into the weekend as we see those peaks of sunshine that will help fuel some of these stronger storms. So Nashville, just a heads up, a big country festival going on in this region, so you want to make sure that you're safe. And speaking of safe, we're taking you out to the smoky condition.
Remember your ABCs! Always be planning! And the Walmart app has over 500 million items.
Walmart has dancing shoes?
The Walmart you thought you knew is now new.
Time to call me back.
Start calling names. We need help.
We're all our prisoners, and from this point forwards, this is our outpost.
On the Ed Sullivan Show channel, we're having a rock and roll marathon with all your favorite artists, including the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the Animals, Janis Joplin, and many more. Watch the Ed Sullivan Show channel on Roku.
All aboard? Your one-stop ship for sharks and more sharks has arrived.
The cinema of the season is upon us.
Busy weekend out here in Nashville, Tennessee. A lot of cowboy hats out there for the Country Music Association Festival or Award Festival. Santa made it out. Look there, bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's a sleeveless Santa, but he's got a full beard. He's ready for the festivities. You know, it's June. He's got months to prepare for Christmas still, and obviously looks like he's having a good time. If you're in Nashville, though, for that festival this weekend, you want to stay weather aware. Weather Nation app is a good way to do that. Make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone, because we could have multiple rounds of severe weather going through the Mid-South this weekend, and that starts today as an MCS that worked its way from Oklahoma into Arkansas continues to trek east this afternoon. The jet stream energy is going to keep on driving those storms from the Plain States into the southeast over the next several days, with damaging winds possible. That's our main threat, but also a few isolated tornadoes and some big hail at times. As the frontal system approaches the Carolinas on Sunday, that's going to help to increase the risk for severe weather. So through the end of the weekend, we're actually going to see that severe weather threat go up a bit for areas closer to the coast. Today, the coast looks pretty clear. Wilmington, Charleston, Savannah, not in the risk, but areas like Augusta, Atlanta, Roanoke, back to the west, through the Mid-South and the Deep South included in that threat for damaging winds especially, but a few isolated tornadoes and some large hail will be possible. Memphis, Nashville, Evansville, just west of Somerset, including Bowling Green. So please have multiple ways to get alerts in those areas in case a tornado warning is issued. And if you're ever outside at a festival, you find yourself at a big outdoor event, and there is a threat of severe weather, when you go out there, look around for some place you can go to seek shelter, because a lot of times it's difficult, and especially when you're in a crowd, when there's a lot of people trying to get to a shelter, you want to know where to go right away. So that could save you if you do have one of those spots picked out ahead of time. Always good to stay weather aware and have a location to go. Tracking these stronger storms through the mid-afternoon, I mean, Tennessee looks active through the mid and late afternoon hours. Lexington, Nashville, Knoxville, down to Huntsville, all the villas going to get a good chance to see these stronger storms this afternoon, with a few isolated storms pushing to the East Coast, but they kind of peter out in those overnight hours into the morning hours. Here comes the next MCS, storms that flare up in the western plains, push east overnight by around the morning hours tomorrow. This is a little bit earlier. Memphis over to Nashville, we're looking at around 8 a.m. to around noon with these stronger storms arriving. Those push east through the afternoon. That's where the East Coast starts to get a better chance for strong storms. The daytime heating is able to tap into that energy, or the storms are able to tap into daytime heating. And then one more day of strong storms pushing east into Monday morning or Sunday morning. Tuscaloosa and Birmingham getting some strong storms. So Saturday and Sunday, we're still going to have the severe weather threats, including that isolated tornado risk for areas like Birmingham, Nashville, Evansville. And then on Sunday, basically up and down the East Coast, we're going to be dealing with severe weather threats with a higher wind threat from Georgia out through the Carolinas. And of course, heavy rainfall, we could certainly see some flooding issues for the next few days. Nashville, you're included in the level 2 threat today and tomorrow before the threat level drops to a level 1 on Sunday. All right, let's bring Patrick back in, because these flooding threats are really ramping up across the Central Plains. You know, we don't have a big bullseye, Patrick, like a moderate risk, but it's multiple days in a row with these slight risks.
Yeah, I mean, the grounds are saturated, to say the least, in many spots. So any additional rain doesn't even have to be a heavy downpour. We can start to get some water buildup. So we want to talk about that flood threat now, get you caught up on some of the rainfall numbers that we've been gathering out of the south. We've got Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas, New Mexico here on the screen, and those numbers have ranged anywhere from just under 2 inches and a third of an inch of rain to almost 3 inches. That's Jen, Oklahoma there, getting very close to the 3-inch mark just in the last 24 hours. So again, additional rain that comes into these spots. This is going to be a very easy setup to get some water buildup, some ponding, or just some straight up flash flooding into these areas. So there's all that moisture that's going to be coming up from the south. What's to the south? That's the warm Gulf waters. That all that available moisture is going to continue to stream into the setup. So we have the fronts coming through. That is going to lead to multiple days of severe thunderstorms. When we see the multiple days of storms coming through, this could be the result of the heavy, heavy rainfall. Northern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, solid 5+ inches. Going to be very likely into, say, Fort Smith, Arkansas, or Little Rock, or down towards Texarkana, and even into the DFW Metroplex. So let's take a look at the timing here with the showers and storms. Another round of complexes that are going to be forming as we see those building in and firing through during the early morning hours. And then we see what happens as we get into Sunday. We got one front coming into the southeast, another front coming into the north central, and really the central plains and into the Mississippi River Valley. And that's going to be bringing with it some more storm chances. You can see the interchanging red and blue there down across Texas. That means the front is becoming somewhat stationary. It's not going to be doing much movement, and therefore, if it sticks around, which it should, it'll start to continue to trigger more thunderstorms as we get into next week. So the story that we want to make sure that we are kind of reiterating here is the flood threat. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, the Mississippi River Valley, the Red River Valley, just all these spots need to be ready for that risk for flooding. Let's head to the northeast. How about Jersey City, New Jersey, as we're checking out those conditions from Thursday out of the Garden State. And Rob, we've got some impacts happening with the smoky skies, the hazy skies. That's not cloud cover that we're seeing right there from Thursday.
Oh, no, yeah, that's a lot of smoke that was in the area. And we still have some sticking around today. The weekend, though, should see some improvement. But we could see another round of smoke. It's important to know where the smoke is coming from as we look up towards Saskatchewan, Manitoba. That's where those biggest fires are. Also have some fires burning up towards the Rockies in Alberta and over to British Columbia. But those big fire makers, they're out to the north and east. But the winds are currently taking most of the smoke directly east instead of to the south. So we've seen air quality improve over the last 24 hours for many locations. It's still not the best. We have these pockets of that unhealthy air quality for sensitive groups, which, you know, is for folks with respiratory issues. Most people are still breathing okay outside with mostly moderate to good air quality, with, again, some sensitive group air quality out there. So there are a few air quality alerts out there. Monitor that locally, and of course, we'll
warning for northwestern Cumberland County in south central Pennsylvania, southwestern Perry County in south central Pennsylvania until 3:30 p.m. At 1:26 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Plainfield, Newville, Colonel Denning State Park, Blossomville, Loisville, Blaine, Landisburg, and Newburgh. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3:30 p.m. for the following counties: Cumberland and Perry.
Grocery store frozen ingredients mix vigorously. And you have the recipe for the 90s hit game show, Supermarket Sweep.
Put on your helmets, it's gonna be a bumpy ride.
It's the most fun you can have in the grocery store.
I'm exhausted, I've been sitting back here.
Supermarket Sweep.
Watch Supermarket Sweep, now streaming free on Roku.
Life is short. Treat yourself.
Jim.
You're beautiful.
God, you're a lucky man.
It's a gift. He said, when I'm not making this, I'm watching.
Why are people trying to stab you?
No, but I have a lot of anxiety about this.
Live for nothing. Or die for something.
Safety label.
We're having fun here at Weather Nation. That is Gaylord, Michigan, and you can see that bear, not a Tigers fan. Wonder if this bear is from Chicago and came to a little visit there in Detroit. Oh, this one's not shy. Look at that. Getting right in front of the camera to say hello, kind of say, hey, we did this. We're not scared of you, is what they're basically saying. Always enjoy that Gaylord, Michigan cam. We're going to take a look now at the North Central forecast. In a few minutes, we'll get it over to meteorologist Brittany Lockley. She's going to take over in the South Central U.S., so you want to stay tuned for that. Very active down into that part of the country, but it's also going to be active here in the North Central U.S. with multiple days of severe thunderstorms. There's going to be severe weather building from the Front Range of the Rockies out through the Central Plains and into the Mississippi River Valley. This includes Dodge City, Springfield, all the way out into Louisville, Kentucky. Notice Saturday, though, is more of the same. We even see that chance for some strong weather with the next front driving south into, say, North Dakota and South Dakota and over to western Minnesota. And then Sunday, it's going to be another similar outlook. The southern side of the region definitely going to be very, very active. You can see how things have been this morning, especially with that air quality into, say, Detroit and Chicago. Hey, maybe that's why those Bears were a little frustrated. They're not liking the air quality up there, and that's why they were doing that there in Gaylord, Michigan. There are the watches and warnings as far as air quality alerts. Those are going to be going into the afternoon for cities like Chicago. So outdoor activities, anything where you're going to be doing a lot of heavy breathing, that workout outside, or maybe you work outside, the air quality is going to be extremely poor. So hopefully all the businesses, all the workers are taking precaution, getting ready for some of that poor air quality to deal with if they're going to be outside. Forecast for this Friday, 76 in Lincoln, 80 Springfield with that chance for some thunderstorms. We can see the storms picking up into, say, South Dakota, Nebraska, out into Wyoming and Colorado as we make our way into the late afternoon. And then notice another complex of thunderstorms going to form and push overnight into Oklahoma, into Arkansas, and into Missouri. So this is going to be another situation where we get involved with more of that overnight severe weather, flooding potential, hail, damaging winds, all that could happen while a lot of us are sleeping in this part of the country. And then we see some of this intense weather Saturday afternoon around Kirksville, so we're in northern Missouri right there. That right there could be a severe thunderstorm. This is going to be on the northern side of a low. There's going to be some natural spin happening, so we can't even rule out some tornadic activity. And then the next cold front on Sunday, this will be the culprit. This is going to be the focus for showers and thunderstorms, and some of those storms potentially could be severe. So there's a check again of that forecast. Notice conditions staying very similar over the next few days with temperatures and those storm chances, and then also this threat. Can't rule this out. The flooding rain, Rolla to Paducah to Poplar Bluff. We're going to be getting in on that slight risk for excessive rain. That lines up where we're seeing a lot of those heavier numbers or those larger numbers with our rainfall forecast. So St. Louis, chance for that strong weather today as well as tomorrow. We'll dry it out there into the Mississippi River Valley by Sunday, and then it should be nice into the early part of next week. Highs here across the north central region. We see 76 in Fargo, 73 in Bismarck. We'll get those conditions into the 60s, though, for Sunday. That's the front that's going to come through. So when you get that big swing in the temperatures, it's going to be active. It's going to be windy. That's just the time of the year for these kind of conditions. And there's the reason for the swing in the temperatures. This cold front that's coming out of Canada. There's going to be some much cooler air behind that front. That's what we're going to notice here as that cooler air moves in. We see, though, the conditions for Rapid City. We go from 80 on Saturday to 71 on Sunday. So there's that cold front. But notice the warming trend. We're right back up into the upper 80s by next Wednesday. Well, we got some unbelievable video to share in the south central United States as we look at those conditions over the last few days out of Texas.
Yeah, take a look at this. We have a flooding going on in Lubbock, Texas, and we also saw other severe weather coming out of Lubbock as well. But the one that is just absolutely breathtaking as the one coming out of Morton, Texas, a tornado touchdown, really whipping up the dust. That rotation can be seen. You don't even have to be that close because that's how big that tornado is. We're going to continue to see the severe weather threat across the south central. All modes of severe weather are going to be possible over multiple days. So let's get into the details in the past 24 hours because not only flooding, not only tornadoes, but how about wind gusts 109 miles per hour coming out of this region, and hail in Hockley County, 5 inches. 5 inches. That is a softball, a small grapefruit coming down across this region. So you know what to do for today. Stay weather aware. Make sure you have those warnings at hand. The warnings can always be found at the bottom of your screen, and then you can also take the Weather Nation app with you on the go. Let's go ahead and take a look at that frontal boundary right there. We got a lot of moisture that's moving into Oklahoma, pushing into Arkansas, down towards the Lone Star State, and that's going to keep things pretty active. And then we'll have those warm temperatures and peaks of sunshine. That's going to increase the instability for today. So all modes of severe weather are going to be possible, including on a Saturday, even pushing into Sunday. Look how widespread. And Sunday we'll actually see another system start to drop down from the south. Let's get into the details, though. All the way up from the Centennial State and down to the towards the Lone Star State. In the brown color, we have that heightened risk, about a 5% chance of seeing at least a few tornadoes. Let's say a tornado or two, but very widespread, even moving back towards the southeast when it comes to the potential for rotation. Now, once again, Dodge City, Amarillo, Lubbock, we can see up to 10x-size hail or over 10x-size hail, 2 inches or larger across this region. What we've been tracking early this morning, this is what's left. It's going to be moving further down into Arkansas, pushing down a little bit further to the south of areas like Greenfield, Vicksburg. Also going to see some pretty heavy rainfall. Then that low pressure system starts to move further down, and then we start to see some isolated showers across the Texas Panhandle. And this is around 6 p.m. But just wait until we get to those overnight hours. We're going to start to see more widespread thunderstorms move across this region, pushing down towards Fort Smith, Little Rock, then over towards Memphis. This cold front going to keep things busy, and even the Dallas metro as we head into Sunday with that next system. Also keeping things busy once again, firing up those storms in the same region. So unfortunately, after rounds and rounds of rain, that's going to lead to some flooding concerns. We're going to have more details coming up in our top weather headlines, but first we're going to take you out towards the northwest, where it's just going to be downright hot.
Are you ready? Let's do it. Cash the costumes. Grab the cash. What would you do with $15,000? Spend it. And get your deal on.
Take the flippin' curtain.
You and your language. Flippin'. 24 hours a day. Wow, yes. With the Let's Make a Deal channel. That's what I'm talking about. Wayne Brady hosts. You're damn right.
Watch Let's Make a Deal. Now streaming free on Roku.
Join us for Ocean Month in June and dive into the wonders of our seas. Discover the beauty and importance of marine life and meet those helping to preserve our oceans. Together, let's make waves for a healthier planet. Explore your world every day on Earth Day 365.
We're in the fight business. All kinds of fighting goes on here. There's no off-season in UFC. Sickness is real.
I never pictured myself being caught. Torture interrogation center. Okay.
If I knew what I knew now, I would never have gone to Bolivia.
They carried the pot across the border ourselves. Okay, trafficking.
Chalk me over.
Gang kidnapping. This is life. Every single day.
What the hell? Never mind. I thought they were doing something.
Guys out there hanging out, catching some waves, having a good time in the Boise River on a Friday. Hey, high pressure's moving in. That's a good idea for the weekend. But they were wearing wetsuits. And please, folks, remember, if you're heading out to any waterways to cool off this weekend, it's still early in the season, so it's still going to be pretty chilly out there. And a lot of those rivers, the lakes, etc., of course, the Pacific Ocean, never really warms up out there off the coast of Washington and Oregon. We're tracking excessive heat as a massive ridge of high pressure builds in. It's still offshore, but by the time we get to Sunday and Monday, it's going to be sitting right on top of the Pacific Northwest, bringing in all that sinking air. And we're looking at a significant warm-up underneath that ridge because of that warming by compression. So as we look at midday Sunday, got a lot of 80s and 90s out there on the map, some triple digits by the late afternoon. Monday afternoon, we've got a lot of 90s and even a couple triple digits, especially looking at the Sacramento Valley out there from Redding down to Sacramento. some extreme heat certainly possible there, with temperatures surpassing 100 degrees. We are going to be tracking the potential for record heat, one lone record possible tomorrow, but as we get into Sunday and Monday, quite a few record highs are expected to fall for areas like Portland, Eugene, Seattle, all the way over to portions of Idaho, Missoula. By the time we get to Monday, we got some mid-90s in the forecast for Montana even. Pocatello, Boise could see some record highs fall. By Tuesday, the ridge is shifting farther east and weakening somewhat, so there will still be the potential for a few records. Farther east, however, out there in Spokane, Missoula, and Baker City. Temperatures as we get into Sunday afternoon are going to be very hot. 96 in Portland, more than 24 degrees above average. Medford 101, Seattle 84 as well. And when it's early in the season, if your body's not used to the heat, you could suffer some of those heat-related impacts more quickly. So make sure you're drinking lots of water, just paying attention to your body. You start getting headaches, start feeling woozy, you notice some redness. Those are signs that you need to cool off right away. As we get into the Monday time period, still expecting the extreme heat to continue, but we are expecting some major impacts, especially for some areas into central Washington on Sunday, along the Columbia River up to Kennewick, the Richland area, that kind of Tri-Cities area, expecting some of those bigger heat impacts. So make sure you're just, again, paying attention, taking breaks, making sure you can cool down at times. And this is the urban heat island effect. We've been talking about this a lot. When you have a big area surrounded by concrete, by steel, it is hard for those locations to cool off because they don't have the trees to take care of that. Not a big water source either. So it can feel significantly warmer in cities. It gets significantly warmer. So for a lot of folks in Portland, this heat wave is going to be feeling about 9 degrees warmer than it would have been if you were kind of in a more rural area compared to the city. Temperatures do start cooling down a little bit on Monday for areas like Portland, down to 94. We'll see a more significant cool down toward the end of the week, but we also have excessive heat now in the forecast for portions of the desert Southwest, the Mojave Desert. Vegas pushing 108 on Monday. Seems early in the season for it, advertised 96, but this is about the time of year we start to see some of those happening. Yuma, Arizona gets 20-plus days of 110-degree heat a year. Phoenix and Las Vegas, they get a handful up to around 13 or so, and we're going to see that extreme heat building into a lot of places. Just speaking about heating up, the tropics certainly are heating up, especially in the eastern Pacific, where we now have 2 areas to monitor.
Absolutely. So we're going to get your tropical update coming your way now as we're looking at Acapulco, Mexico. Acapulco, Mexico. There is one in New Mexico. Let's go ahead and talk about the tropics. And what I've got here is the forecast for the Saharan dust, the dust coming off of the coast of Africa, moving all across the Atlantic waters, into the Gulf waters, and even setting up over land. Southern Florida, this is Saharan dust. So if you do have an issue when it comes to air quality, maybe you have respiratory issues, that sort of thing, there could be some impactful air quality conditions for outdoor activities. We're getting some moderate reports of the poor air quality that's happening up in the Daytona Beach as well as Jacksonville. We could start to get even more of those building in as we push here over the next few days as more of that Saharan dust starts to take over. There are 2 high chances for development in the eastern Pacific. As you see those highlighted blobs there on the map. We'll zoom in here a little bit more. Let me step off the screen so you can get a bearing on where we're at here. So we're off of the southern and southwestern coast of Mexico for that long red blob, and then you can kind of see the other blob that's out there east, or I should say west in the eastern Pacific. That is another high chance for tropical development. So we could see 2 potentially named storms trying to form. They're very close to each other. One looks like it's going to get a bulk of the energy. You can see, ooh, that looks a little nasty there, but luckily staying away from land. It looks like they might actually start to interact with each other and maybe combine into each other. But there's all that heavy rainfall that could be happening in parts of the country of Mexico. We look out into the Pacific, though, no tropical development expected in the next 7 days. So this is what we like to hear. Now, we do have a hurricane season kickoff. It's happening Saturday, June 7th, so that's tomorrow live. Dr. Jim and Josh Morganman, they are going to be talking tropics, and we'll be checking in with them throughout the day. We also want to talk about that Eastern Pacific hurricane season.
While the Atlantic Basin brings more high-impact storms to the U.S., the Eastern Pacific hurricane season is known to cause trouble in the Southwest, Hawaii, and especially Mexico. The Pacific hurricane season begins on May 15th, lasts for a full 200 days. An average season produces 15 named storms, 8 hurricanes, and 4 major hurricanes. The first named storm typically forms around June 10th and lasts around November 5th. Most of the tropical depressions, storms, and hurricanes remain out to sea over the Pacific Ocean. However, a few can bring far-reaching impacts, like in 2023, when an enhanced pressure gradient from Dora contributed to dry winds fueling wildfires in Lahaina, Hawaii. And Hillary became only the third tropical storm on record to make landfall in Southern California, bringing widespread flooding. That same year, Otis strengthened from a tropical storm to a Category 5 in less than 24 hours as it devastated the resort town of Acapulco, Mexico. Whether you live in the West, Gulf, or East Coast, it's important for you to know how hurricanes impact you. For Weather Nation, I'm meteorologist Brittany Lockley.
Hardee's has been serving up the goodness of our fan-favorite burgers for over 30 years. The famous charbroiled Hardee's Frisco burger, topped with bacon and served on toasted sourdough. And the signature Hardee's charbroiled mushroom Swiss burger, layered with melty Swiss and savory mushroom sauce. Come see why people still ask for them every day. Made with 100% Angus beef. Download the app and join my rewards for special offers.
What's going on? This is Kevin Hart. Me and my Muscat crew are working hard to complete our 69 Camaro. So buckle up. Shut your mouth.
We got each other to lean on.
I just like being with my friends.
Can you direct your attention to the screen, please?
Welcome to Regular Ass Dinosaur Park.
Where the fuck am I?
And I'll kill boys.
That's a great idea!
I'm Anthony Bourdain. I write, I travel, I eat, and I'm hungry for more.
Nice. We're not even eating yet. It's good. All right, I'm going in. It is really delicious.
This 2025 Being Sports Extra is jam-packed with the sports you love. More sports, more excitement, always free, 24/7.
All right, you gotta check this out. Beautiful time lapse of the sun rolling over the Tetons. You see the partly cloudy skies there. We're letting some rays of sun through, and they kind of dance up the valley toward the camera. Really cool stuff. Well, the Tetons this time of year. Good weekend ahead out there. We're going to have a couple of storms around today, but into the end of the weekend and early next week, it's going to be warming up outside. So you want to go to someplace cool, like the Tetons. We still have storms in Wyoming and Montana the next couple of days. Not widespread, however. Heat really builds in this weekend, though, as a massive ridge of high pressure shifts from the Pacific over to portions of Oregon and Washington, with storms and slightly cooler temperatures returning toward the middle of next week. We have a frontal boundary that's crossing its way through the Canadian Rockies right now. That's going to send some scattered showers and storms into portions of Montana this afternoon, help to increase the lift here across southern Wyoming as well, where we do have a slim chance for a couple of isolated severe storms for areas like Cheyenne and Laramie. Otherwise, just expecting some general thunderstorms. We'll see those popping up around the mountains, not quite back to the Tetons. They're looking okay out there this afternoon, but the Wind Rivers, out towards the Laramie Range, and all the way down to that I-80 corridor near Cheyenne, back to Rock Springs, we're seeing that chance still for some stronger storms. Into the evening hours tonight, that's when the cold front starts to generate some storm activity across Montana, from Bozeman out through areas like Glasgow, on the headwaters of the Missouri. As we look into Saturday morning, here's the front tracking its way into North Dakota. Not many showers out here. Into the afternoon, we do get a couple of those pop-up showers and storms from the Ozarka Mountains and Yellowstone back down to areas like Cody and all the way over to Casper. So mostly northern and northeastern Wyoming, getting the chance for some of those storms on Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning. So tracking some of those showers down towards Cheyenne, Rock Springs, while the rest of the area is looking pretty good into Sunday afternoon as the low moves into North Dakota. So we do get a couple of showers and storms today and tomorrow. The most active, Sunday looking less active unless you're down towards I-80 still. So Cheyenne, we are going to have those rain chances sticking around through the weekend with wild swings in temperatures going from the low 60s today, fair up tomorrow, nearly 80 degrees, back down to the low 70s Sunday, and then warming up next week with additional storms returning into Wednesday and Thursday. Glacier National Park, hey, it's a good weekend ahead out there, but Monday and Tuesday look hot, 90 degrees. This is at one of the visitor centers, so it is a lower elevation site. Of course, you can cool off as you go up higher in the park. High pressure gradually building in, settling in over Washington and Oregon as we get into Sunday, moving farther inland as we get into Monday to keep the heat going for the interior of the Northwest. So we're going to be tracking record heat potential starting tomorrow, but really picking up into Sunday and Monday across the region. Seattle at 78 today, Spokane 86. Already a warm day, dry day. We get a couple of pop-up sprinkles out there in the Bitterroots, but that's if you're lucky. Saturday's high is getting even warmer, 78 Seattle, 88 in Portland. But Sunday and Monday, those are the days we really got to find ways to cool off. Medford over triple-digit heat. Portland at 96, Spokane 93, Boise at 96 as well. And then on Monday, well, the temperatures drop just slightly along the coast in the I-5 corridor. Portland and Seattle in the mid-80s, mid-90s still. Pendleton and Medford still in the triple digits with Spokane at around 96. It is early in the season for this kind of heat. In the first big heat wave of the year, maybe the second big one of the year, it can catch you off guard because your body may not be used to this kind of heat. So take extra breaks, drink lots of water, head inside to get some relief from the AC if you have it. If possible, Yakima 102 on Monday with low 80s returning by Wednesday. But again, if you want to head to the coast, that's a good spot to cool off or go up in elevation. All right, let's head down to the southwest where, hey, the Rockies were getting a little bit of snow this morning, but of course when we go down in elevation, it's all rain and storms.
Yes, all rain and storms. A couple of those ski resorts trying to hold on to the snowfall that we do have in those higher elevations, but when it comes to the stormy conditions, we can see once again the hail like we saw falling down in Fort Morgan, really gusty winds across the Centennial State. So we'll get into those details and not only for Colorado, but pushing into New Mexico as well. So here's a look at today's severe weather outlook. Of course, in the areas where we do see the darker yellows, that's the heightened risk for severe weather. Amarillo down towards Lubbock, we can see anywhere from gusty winds to potential for tornadoes, and then also some areas can see some hen egg size hail or larger. Clovis up towards Trinidad, down towards Carlsbad. This is where we have potential for rotation, and that's going to be on the eastern half of Colorado as well. Now, here's a look at the reason why. We have some moisture still lingering on across the area, and also a cold front that'll be working its way further up towards the north before moving over towards the east, and that's going to bring us some stormy conditions before working its way down towards the south. So that's a look at Saturday. You can see most of those storms headed on over towards the east, and then by Sunday we can pick up some more severe thunderstorms isolated to scattered in nature across New Mexico. But in terms of the rainfall, most of these storms move very quickly, so less than about a half an inch of rain across this area. Roswell 99 degrees for today, 93 in Albuquerque, hitting that century mark in El Paso, so very warm conditions across this region. We're going to keep the temperatures in the 90s for Albuquerque as we get into next week, but usually around this time of year, the high is 88 degrees, so you're a couple degrees above average. Now, when we take a look at Colorado today, all the way up towards the northern tier of 25, Interstate 25, even pushing towards Cheyenne, as Rob was mentioning, we have that severe weather threat, and once again, we're going to see some stormy conditions as we get through the rest of the day, really pushing in your afternoon and evening. Widespread storms pushing across 70, 25, Grand Junction down towards Durango. And this is where we're going to see at least some of those stronger storms leading to a decent amount of rainfall across this region. As a cold front works its way down, we'll still see some stormy conditions even as we head into Sunday. So not really catching a break. There are some areas that can see 2 inches of rainfall or greater. And we even going to see that rainfall across areas like Utah. Price, down towards Cedar City, over towards Grand Junction. This is where we have that marginal risk of seeing some flash flooding. But in terms of the temperatures, we're going to be building in that heat, especially back towards the west. Take a look at Grand Junction on Sunday, 92 degrees. Denver, I'll leave you with this. Your 7-day forecast, or Colorado Springs, here's your 7-day forecast. Make sure you're sticking around with us. We're going to be talking about severe weather coming up next.
We are joined today by the FGTV boys. Say what's up. What's up? What's up, guys? How you doing? I had to play me a game with some bop in it. A game with bop in it? Some game with some bop in it?
To murder your own brother reflects a particularly callous and depraved individual.
He was not my brother. He was a monster.
Once you've taken someone, you either kill them or you get caught.
He's just pure evil.
Is this your turn to be sympathetic, or are you twisting the knife?
Escape.
Get the hell out of my house.
Support Charles anytime.
I won't have to lift a finger.
24 hours a day. On the General Hospital Channel.
Calling all Tyler Perry fans. We're the family. Come on. Oh, hell no. If you want your favorite hit comedies in one place, 24/7. It's going down faster than a football player at a strip club. BET Tyler Perry Comedy with House of Pain and Assisted Living every day and night. All the laughs, all the heart, all the time. Okay, I like that. BET Tyler Perry Comedy.
On flooded roads.
Wow, insane visuals here out of Morton, Texas of a big-time tornado. This is a little bit west of Lubbock yesterday, and yeah, really impressive tornado. You can see the dust getting pulled into the storm on the ground, wrapping into that system. Thankfully, in a rural area, so no injuries to report that I've heard from this system. That's great news. But these cells in Texas yesterday were monsters, producing hail up to 5 inches in diameter.
I mean, you throw in all that dust, I mean, it just really enhances the scene. It makes it even that much more impressive overall on the video imagery. But Rob, some of the hail reports anywhere from 2.5 to a Hockley, Texas report of 5 inches.
Yeah, bigger than a grapefruit. Massive hail that requires a really intense updraft. A softball-sized hailstone requires a 100-mile-per-hour updraft. So a 5-inch hailstone is going to be stronger than that. And you know, it's scary when those winds start to get pushed down to the surface, too.
Absolutely. We're going to continue to talk about this threat for severe weather because it's in a lot of the same areas that we were tracking that severe weather just on Thursday. So let's go ahead and talk about that now. As far as some of the Texas wind reports, these were also some big-time numbers coming out of the Lone Star State. Anywhere from 59 to a peak wind gust there in Spire, Texas of 109 miles per hour. Those are some of the reports we were able to gather. There's still plenty of moisture. We've got that energy that's coming right across the western U.S., and that will continue to make its way from west to east. So this is going to help to provide a lot of that strong lift and that forcing in the atmosphere to get these showers and thunderstorms moving and going. We see the dew point temperatures, really that southerly flow. Gulf waters very warm and very muggy this time of the year, so that southerly flow is just pulling up the Gulf moisture. Outlook for today, huge coverage area. I mean, big cities like Denver, Lubbock, Wichita Falls, Oklahoma City, Little Rock, Arkansas, all included in that chance for some severe thunderstorms with these yellow highlighted areas where we have the confidence of more of a significant severe threat. Could have some of those spots in Texas getting back into that significant hail potential, 2 inches in diameter or larger. So we might be showing another graphic with all those big hail reports coming in. We hope we don't show that graphic, but there's just a good chance, confidence of that happening for today. And then there's tornado potential. Lubbock, Amarillo, Guymon gets over into the Centennial State of Colorado from Pueblo all the way to the border with Kansas. There's going to be some natural spin happening in the atmosphere with these storms. So that's going to be for Friday. Then notice Sunday, as this cold front comes in, look at these storms building for Sunday afternoon, coming through Abilene, heading right towards the DFW Metroplex. So for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, a lot of these exact same areas are going to be under the risk of severe thunderstorms. I mean, this is a different day, but it's still the same story. So it's a rinse and repeat forecast overall. Denver back in that outlook for severe thunderstorms Sunday, extending all the way down into central Texas with places like Waco. Significant severe for Sunday, the fact that there is an outlook for significant severe this far in advance, it just really tells us that there's confidence in the likelihood of getting in on those 2-inch diameter hailstones, maybe winds exceeding 74 miles per hour, maybe even a tornado that tries to form at EF2 strength or stronger on the enhanced Fujita scale. Severe thunderstorms as far as being a day out in advance, always good to be ready for what could be on the way. Well, a significant severe weather threat, it means these 3 things: winds exceeding 74 miles per hour, 2-inch diameter or larger hail, or those strong EF2 tornadoes. That's where wind speeds are either 110 or stronger when it comes to the tornado. High temperature forecast showing those conditions very toasty into Dallas, 95 Saturday, Sunday, up to 97 Sunday down into Houston, and there's humidity into those spots, so it's going to be feeling even warmer overall. So add about 5 to 10 degrees to that air temperature, and that's going to be the heat index forecast. As far as potential record highs, could be seeing some of those go down. In Texas, we've got Victoria, Houston, Austin, all could be getting up close to a record. It looks like as of right now, the capital there of Texas, Austin, has the high chance of breaking a record high. Let's go out into the eastern U.S. a little earlier, out of eastern Massachusetts for the city of Boston. And Rob, you got more on that pattern across the northeastern U.S.
Yeah, I could see some strong thunderstorms this afternoon. Gusty winds, the main threat. Boston has seen a significant cool down since yesterday, where we had high temperatures up into the upper 80s and low 90s across portions of New England. Couple record highs for Poughkeepsie, Millinocket, and Bridgeport, Connecticut. Pulteney, New York had a hailstone up to 3 inches in diameter yesterday. That's massive for the East Coast. I mean, big for anywhere, but for New York State, that's impressive. Bigger than the size of a tennis ball. We're still going to be tracking 2 main sources of moisture for the Northeast, giving us flooding concerns today and tomorrow, as well as some isolated and scattered severe weather chances along the frontal boundary, which drapes from Kentucky all the way through New York State today into tomorrow. And by tomorrow, the frontal boundary will pick up that extra moisture from our coastal low, which the National Hurricane Center was actually watching earlier this week for some development. Not developing into a tropical system, but has some of that moisture with it. That's going to enhance rainfall rates today across the Northeast, especially tomorrow across the Northeast. We do have a chance for severe weather, including a level 2 threat for wind damage today from Boston back to the west through Massachusetts, southern New Hampshire, and the northern third of Connecticut. Hartford right on that line for a better chance for damaging storms. We had one strong storm earlier this morning already, but the strongest storms are expected into the early to mid-afternoon hours once again as we look at around 3 o'clock Eastern. Numerous strong storms around Pittsburgh, out to central Massachusetts, up towards New Hampshire, and over towards western Maine, with more of that heavy rain and a few strong storms lingering through the dinner time hours tonight. D.C. even have a couple of strong storms still crossing I-95 by around 10 p.m. As we get into Saturday, here comes that extra low with the additional moisture working its way into New England. So Saturday, if you're west of I-95, it actually looks pretty good. Out to the east in New England, we have a couple of scattered showers, a couple straight thunderstorms in the afternoon. Not a terrible forecast overall, but it is looking fairly rainy today into the day tomorrow, at least with some scattered showers tomorrow. Flood watches are in effect from Binghamton and northeastern PA all the way out through southern New Hampshire and Massachusetts, just west of Boston. That's where we expect the heaviest showers today, upwards of 2 to 5 inches over the next couple of days when we add it all up. And that flooding threat will persist down to the south as well as we look at Friday, a level 2 threat for portions of New England. Saturday, a level 1 risk for portions of New England. Sunday, the flooding risk drops farther to the south, down towards portions of the central Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic with a level 1 threat. We'll be right back after the break. Take you out to Fort Morgan, Colorado. Had some big hailstones, some really gusty winds out there yesterday, and we still have a severe weather threat for the Front Range. More top weather headlines on the way.
Keep coming back.
You guys ready for this?
I was born ready.
On America Says, I don't like blank on my sandwich. When you fill in the blank,
Ketchup, pickle, onion, mustard, mayonnaise.
you take your team to the bank.
Black hat.
Join host John Michael Higgins for America Says. Watch full episodes on Game Show Central.
All right. We don't need to see what you can see now.
Yes!
What do you think happens when you're done?
I think it's this. Trash raccoons.
A trash raccoon. You're a little raccoon roaming around the kitchen, grabbing things with your old claws, eating them under the trash.
You don't need to be a movie buff to love Cinevault classics. You just need to love movies. You got it. Movies with adventure.
We're onto something bigger than we thought.
Laughs.
This is Miss Pennington up the kitchen.
And romance.
Don't you know I got a low boiling point?
But hey, movie buffs are welcome here too.
What's an excellent idea?
Cinevault classics.
It kicks. It's slicing. It flushes. And it tastes no LA. Rebel.
Watch El Rey Rebel on the Roku channel.
A Tatooine-looking sun out there in Middletown, Delaware. The water, though, is not very Tatooine-esque. New Jersey City, New Jersey, with the haze out there. Both these videos showcasing what smoke does to visibility and to visible light rays. They get scattered a lot with smoke, and the higher, the more scattering you have, the more those colors turn into those reds and purples. We are going to still see some of that smoke lingering, but air quality is going to improve this weekend. Unfortunately, as we have multiple rounds of rain coming in, so we're going to have the rain come in. You might get a little bit of dirty rain at times if the smoke is still around, meaning you might get some splotches on your car as the rain falls. But we're also going to be tracking some severe weather and enough rain for flooding issues. So here's our first system that's working its way east today. Our main driver of severe weather potential along the warm front and the cold front. Plus, another area of low pressure that's moving up from the Carolina coast, that's going to help to increase the rainfall tomorrow. Worst air quality today is along the Canadian border and back over to the Great Lakes, but we should see improving conditions where we have some westerly winds coming in instead of out of the northwest and north. So expecting some thicker smoke overhead today for areas like Boston and New York through the afternoon and evening hours. That smoke should be clearing up fairly quickly, though, as we get into the Saturday time frame. And we should have the most clear skies we've had basically all week. But then by the end of the weekend, if you notice the smoke is starting to work its way back into the Great Lakes, the weekend should be relatively clear still, but next week should get another round of smoke to move in. How about the storms, though? We have this fall system working east, a coastal low going north. That's going to combine for heavy rainfall, but this boundary gets stuck here across the mid-south down to the mid-Atlantic, and that's going to keep the severe storm threat going all the way through Sunday. Areas of Maine today, all the way back through St. Louis, down to Roanoke in the severe weather risk. Saturday, Philadelphia, central New Jersey, back over to St. Louis, still in the risk for severe storms. Doesn't move a whole lot on Sunday. Goes a little bit farther north in Pennsylvania and back over to northern Indiana, all the way up to around Notre Dame or so. Going to be tracking some isolated tornado potential, Bowling Green and Evansville today out in western Kentucky. Those strongest storms are expected as we get through the early to mid-afternoon hours, so that's where we need to be the most weather aware. At the same time, though, we're going to be tracking strong storms south of the low from Pennsylvania down into Virginia. Those storms look to reach their peak into those mid to late afternoon hours and then tend to lose energy for those evening hours tonight. Can't rule out a stray strong thunderstorm, though. Saturday, midday hours, Evansville, Bowling Green. Here comes the next round of rain along the warm front and our next area of low pressure, which does bring in some intense thunderstorms on Saturday again. Overnight, midnight Sunday, Richmond getting some strong storms over towards Cincinnati as well. We could see a couple of stray severe storms in the afternoon, and by Sunday, we're watching these storms blossom across Pennsylvania with the strongest weather down to southern Virginia, south of the warm front, so it heads up around the Chesapeake Bay, where we could be seeing a lot of those stronger storms. 1 to around 4 inches of rain expected, so flooding issues will certainly be present as well. Lexington, low 80s the next couple of days. Indianapolis, low 80s as well. A little bit of a cool down next week, with your storm chances mostly staying away in Indy after the next couple days. We've had a very decent cool down across the Northeast, around 10 to 15 degrees cooler than this time yesterday, after record-breaking heat with highs in the 80s and 90s. Today, 70s and 80s, a good 5 to 10 degrees cooler for most areas. Though along the warm front, we'll still have the chance for some gusty thunderstorms especially. So down trees, down power lines, the main threats here. But flooding issues also possible along I-90 and up towards portions of southern New Hampshire. As we track the storms into the afternoon, this is where they reach those severe weather limits, getting pretty intense over New England and back over towards portions of New York State and Pennsylvania. Saturday, we're mostly losing the severe weather threat up here, just some heavy rainfall on the way, but it's not widespread, so it's not an awful Saturday, but you're probably going to have some showers around. First half of the day on Sunday for New England, New York State look pretty good, but Sunday afternoon and evening we get a few more showers to work their way north. So you're going to have to find those windows to get outside and enjoy your weekend. Let's send things down to the southeast. Tracking some showers and storms as we take a look out at Pinehurst, North Carolina.
Yes, take a look at Pinehurst, North Carolina. We have some gloomy skies across the region and some pitter-patter raindrops there. We're going to continue to watch the rain move across the southeast. This time, we're going to have severe thunderstorms. Now, when it comes to the heavy rainfall, it's going to lead to some flooding. So let's go ahead and get into the details, especially for today. A bit more widespread, pushing into the Carolinas, down towards the deep south. Areas like Atlanta, Georgia, here included, Nashville, Tennessee, pushing up towards Johnson City. Now, the potential to see some rotation sticking around in the mid-south, so areas like Nashville and Memphis here included in this south. It's becoming more widespread in terms of the areas that we could see the tornado threat as we get into tomorrow. But take a look at the widespread severe weather risks, damaging winds, tornadoes, and also some hail going to be possible across this region. Now, we're tracking what is known as mesoscale convective systems. So you're going to notice that they come back from the west around the stationary front that's going to be sticking around, or I should say the front that is just hanging out across the south, because we're going to see rotation once again on Saturday, areas like Nashville down towards Birmingham to over the same region. So let's get into the details, because at MCS, a cluster of thunderstorms, they conduct some heavy rainfall, but also known for the damaging winds that they can produce. As we get into Friday, you're going to notice that those stronger storms will roll through areas like Nashville, Chattanooga, Greenville, over or back towards Charlotte with a heavy rainfall. And then also lifting up towards the north is going to be this warm front, but we're going to be tracking storms along this front as well. A low pressure pressure system also surging up towards the north, but you see how the stormy conditions for Raleigh, Columbia, Greenville persist even as we head into Saturday evening. Now Sunday, here's a look at another NCS that will be pushing down towards the south, this time ahead of a cold front, and that's going to keep things stormy, and this front dipping further down towards the south, so areas like Savannah, Brunswick, Georgia can see some of those severe thunderstorms. Now there will be pockets of rainfall that can get over 4 or 5 inches of rain, so we have a slight risk. That includes areas like Nashville today, including Nashville tomorrow, and Birmingham. Rounds and rounds of rain over the same areas with saturated soils. Really gusty winds expected to come through. Now that can lead to some down power lines, toppling trees, so just a heads up. It's also relatively very warm across the region, and it's expected to get warmer into the weekend as we see those peaks of sunshine that will help fuel some of these stronger storms. So Nashville, just a heads up, a big country festival going on in this region, so you want to make sure that you're safe. And speaking of safe, we're taking you out to the snowy condition.
The cinema of the season is upon us. Are you kidding me? This guy is next level. This place is going nuts. Walk on a grand. This guy is the most dominant in the game. I don't know if it gets any more exciting. This is the show that never ends.
You see the tent for the first time and you just can't believe it. Any words of advice you'd like to offer?
You're gonna need affection.
On your mark is look like a nightmare. Get that base.
Everybody struggled last year. Hopefully we can recover.
Every blue fan is as good as gold.
Let's go!
Monster Jam is as big as it gets. Fun for the whole family. Watch the Monster Jam channel.
Streaming all the time.
Available for free. Anywhere,
Anytime, any place. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
365 days a year. Now available on Roku.
TikTok radio on Stingray Music is the perfect place to listen to the top TikTok songs living rent-free in your head. From breakout anthems to nostalgic throwbacks, we've got all the full-length original songs from the TikTok content you know and love. From your For You page to your TV screen, enjoy all your favorites and more on TikTok Radio. Start streaming today.
Busy weekend out here in Nashville, Tennessee. A lot of cowboy hats out there for the Country Music Association Festival or Award Festival. Santa made it out. Look there, bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's a sleeveless Santa, but he's got a full beard. He's ready for the festivities. You know, it's June. He's got months to prepare for Christmas still, and obviously looks like he's having a good time. If you're in Nashville, though, for that festival this weekend, you want to stay weather aware. Weather Nation app is a good way to do that. Make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone, because we could have multiple rounds of severe weather going through the Mid-South this weekend, and that starts today as an MCS that worked its way from Oklahoma into Arkansas continues to trek east this afternoon. The jet stream energy is going to keep on driving those storms from the plain states into the southeast over the next several days with damaging winds possible. That's our main threat, but also a few isolated tornadoes and some big hail at times. As the frontal system approaches the Carolinas on Sunday, that's going to help to increase the risk for severe weather. So through the end of the weekend, we're actually going to see that severe weather threat go up a bit for areas closer to the coast. Today, the coast looks pretty clear. Wilmington, Charleston, Savannah, not in the risk, but areas like Augusta, Atlanta, Roanoke, back to the west, through the Mid-South and the Deep South included in that threat for damaging winds especially, but a few isolated tornadoes and some large hail will be possible in Memphis, Nashville, Evansville, just west of Somerset, including Bowling Green. So please have multiple ways to get alerts in those areas in case a tornado warning is issued. And if you're ever outside at a festival, you find yourself at a big outdoor event and there is a threat of severe weather, when you go out there, look around for some place you can go to seek shelter, because a lot of times it's difficult, and especially when you're in a crowd, when there's a lot of people trying to get to a shelter, you want to know where to go right away. So that could save you if you do have one of those spots picked out ahead of time. Always good to stay weather aware and have a location to go. Tracking these stronger storms through the mid-afternoon in Tennessee.
A severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Frederick County in north central Maryland, northeastern Logan County in northern Virginia until 2:45 p.m. At 2:22 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Brunswick, Oregon, 11 miles east of Charlestown, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, damaging winds will cause some trees and large branches to fall. This could injure those outdoors, as well as damage homes and vehicles. Roadways may become blocked by downed trees. Localized power outages are possible. Unsecured white objects may become projectiles. Locations impacted include Brunswick, Alien Springs, Rosemont, Waterford, Nearsville, Lubbock, Knoxville, Wittersville, Point of Rock, Lovettsville, Tuscarora, Taylorstown, Burkittsville, and Leesburg. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. To report severe weather, contact your nearest law enforcement agency. You will send your report to the National Weather Service Office in Sterling, Virginia. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways.
Get you caught up on some of the rainfall numbers that we've been gathering out of the south. We got Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas, New Mexico here on the screen, and those numbers have ranged anywhere from just under 2 inches and a third of an inch of rain to almost 3 inches. Jet, Oklahoma there getting very close to the 3-inch mark just in the last 24 hours. So again, additional rain that comes into these spots. This is going to be a very easy setup to get some water buildup, some ponding, or just some straight up flash flooding into these areas. So there's all that moisture that's going to be coming up from the south. What's to the south? That's the warm Gulf waters. That all that available moisture is going to continue to stream into the setup. So we have the fronts coming through. That is going to lead to multiple days of severe thunderstorms. When we see the multiple days of storms coming through, this could be the result of the heavy, heavy rainfall. Northern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, some with 5+ inches. Going to be very likely into, say, Fort Smith, Arkansas, or Little Rock, or down towards Texarkana, and even into the DFW Metroplex. So let's take a look at the timing here with the showers and storms. Another round of complexes that are going to be forming as we see those building in and firing through during the early morning hours. And then we see what happens as we get into Sunday. We got one front coming into the southeast, another front coming into the north central, and really the central plains and into the Mississippi River Valley. And that's going to be bringing with it some more storm chances. You can see the interchanging red and blue there down across Texas. That means the front is becoming somewhat stationary. It's not going to be doing much movement, and therefore, if it sticks around, which it should, it'll start to continue to trigger more thunderstorms as we get into next week. So the story that we want to make sure that we are kind of reiterating here is the flood threat. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, the Mississippi River Valley, the Red River Valley, just all these spots need to be ready for that risk for flooding. Let's head to the northeast. How about Jersey City, New Jersey? We're checking out those conditions from Thursday out of the Garden State. And Rob, we've got some impacts happening with the smoky skies, the hazy skies. That's not cloud cover that we're seeing right there from Thursday.
Oh, no, yeah, that's a lot of smoke that was in the area, and we still have some sticking around today. The weekend, though, should see some improvement, but we could see another round of smoke. It's important to know where the smoke is coming from. As we look up towards Saskatchewan, Manitoba, that's where those biggest fires are. Also have some fires burning up towards the Rockies in Alberta and over to British Columbia. But those big fire makers, they're out to the north and east. But the winds are currently taking most of the smoke directly east instead of to the south. So we've seen air quality improve over the last 24 hours for many locations. It's still not the best. We have these pockets of that unhealthy air quality for sensitive groups, which, you know, is for folks with respiratory issues. Most people are still breathing okay outside with mostly moderate to good air quality with, again, some sensitive group air quality out there. So there are a few air quality alerts out there. Monitor that locally, and of course, limit your time outside if you do have a sort of respiratory condition. However, the winds are going to shift back to the north as we work our way into the weekend. We'll see some smoke over New York, New Jersey today into early tomorrow. It will clear up a good bit for the weekend, but the northerly winds on the side of the low is going to bring that smoke right down from where those fires are burning. So into next week, we could get another round of some thicker smoke. Over the weekend, as this trough digs in, we could also see a few severe storms. Fargo, Grand Forks, Aberdeen, with some damaging winds possible. We'll have more on this coming up at 30 past the hour right after the break. And that central regional forecast covering Texas all the way up to North Dakota and Minnesota.
With more jackpots hitting every hour, FanDuel Casino has your chance at the #1 feeling, which is still winning. Still better than number 24. Writing a hit song about or number 47, hanging out with a bunch of people named Jack Potts.
So I say to the guy, call me Jack. Mr. Potts is my father.
We're professionals. All of us.
Freeze, douchebag. I will.
Could definitely do with another pair of hands. I'm on my way. Every week, you give the children a chore to do.
He's done so much to change our family.
Thank you, Jojo.
You can find law and order in the town, all right. It's a little harder to find it in the people.
I've got a personal stake in finding this man. I can't trust nobody, no.
I've come a long way to kill you. Be afraid of me. That's a true fact.
I'm a man, but I can change if I have to, I guess. If the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. Remember, I'm pulling for you. We're all in this together.
We're having fun here at Weather Nation. That is Gaylord, Michigan, and you can see that bear, not a Tigers fan. Wonder if this bear is from Chicago and came to a little visit there in Detroit. Oh, this one's not shy. Look at that. Getting right in front of the camera to say hello, kind of say, hey, we did this. We're not scared of you, is what they're basically saying. Always enjoy that Gaylord, Michigan cam. We're going to take a look now at the north central forecast. In a few minutes, we'll get it over to meteorologist Brittany Lockley, she's going to take over in the south central U.S., so you want to stay tuned for that. Very active down into that part of the country, but it's also going to be active here in the north central U.S. with multiple days of severe thunderstorms. There's going to be severe weather building from the front range of the Rockies out through the central plains and into the Mississippi River Valley. This includes Dodge City, Springfield, all the way out into Louisville, Kentucky. Notice Saturday, though, it's more of the same. We even see that chance for some strong weather with the next front driving south into, say, North Dakota, South Dakota, and over to western Minnesota. And then Sunday, it's going to be another similar outlook. The southern side of the region definitely going to be very, very active. You can see how things have been this morning, especially with that air quality into, say, Detroit and Chicago. Hey, maybe that's why those Bears were a little frustrated. They're not liking the air quality up, and that's why they were doing that there in Gaylord, Michigan. There are the watches and warnings as far as air quality alerts. Those are going to be going into the afternoon for cities like Chicago. So outdoor activities, anything where you're going to be doing a lot of heavy breathing, that workout outside, or maybe you work outside, the air quality is going to be extremely poor. So hopefully all the businesses, all the workers are taking precaution, getting ready for some of that poor air quality to deal with if they're going to be outside. Forecast for this Friday, 76 in Lincoln, 80 Springfield with that chance for some thunderstorms. We can see the storms picking up into, say, South Dakota, Nebraska, out into Wyoming and Colorado as we make our way into the late afternoon. And then notice another complex of thunderstorms going to form and push overnight into Oklahoma, into Arkansas, and into Missouri. So this is going to be another situation where we get involved with more of that overnight severe weather, flooding potential, hail, damaging winds, all that could happen while a lot of us are sleeping in this part of the country. And then we see some of this intense weather Saturday afternoon around Kirksville, so we're in northern Missouri right there. That right there could be a severe thunderstorm. This is going to be on the northern side of the low. There's going to be some natural spin happening, so we can't even rule out some tornadic activity. And then the next cold front on Sunday, this will be the culprit. This is going to be the focus for showers and thunderstorms, and some of those storms potentially could be severe. So there's a check again of that forecast. Notice conditions kind of staying very similar over the next few days with temperatures and those storm chances, and then also this threat. Can't rule this out. The flooding rain, Rolla to Paducah to Poplar Bluff. We're going to be getting in that slight risk for excessive rain. And that lines up when we're seeing a lot of those heavier numbers or those larger numbers with our rainfall forecast. So St. Louis, chance for that strong weather today as well as tomorrow. We'll dry it out there into the Mississippi River Valley by Sunday, and then it should be nice into the early part of next week. Highs here across the north central region. We see 76 in Fargo, 73 in Bismarck. We'll get those conditions into the 60s, though, for Sunday. That's the front that's going to come through. So when you get that big swing in the temperatures, it's going to be active. It's going to be windy. That's just the time of the year for these kind of conditions. And there's the reason for the swing in the temperatures. This cold front that's coming out of Canada, there's going to be some much cooler air behind that front. That's what we're going to notice here as that cooler air moves in. We see, though, the conditions for Rapid City. We go from 80 on Saturday to 71 on Sunday. So there's that cold front. But notice the warming trend. We're right back up into the upper 80s by next Wednesday. Well, we got some unbelievable video to share in the south central United States as we look at those conditions over the last few days out of Texas.
Yeah, take a look at this. We have a flooding going on in Lubbock, Texas, and we also saw other severe weather coming out of Lubbock as well. But the one that is just absolutely breathtaking is the one coming out of Morton, Texas. A tornado touched down, really whipping up the dust. That rotation can be seen. You don't even have to be that close because that's how big that tornado is. We're going to continue to see the severe weather threat across the south central. All modes of severe weather are going to be possible over multiple days. So let's get into the details in the past 24 hours, because not only flooding, not only tornadoes, but how about wind gusts? 109 miles per hour coming out of this region, and hail in Hockley County, 5 inches. 5 inches. That is a softball, a small grapefruit coming down across this region. So you know what to do for today. Stay weather aware. Make sure you have those warnings at hand. The warnings can always be found at the bottom of your screen, and then you can also take the Weather Nation app with you on the go. Let's go ahead and take a look at that frontal boundary right there. We got a lot of moisture that's moving into Oklahoma, pushing into Arkansas, down towards the Lone Star State, and that's going to keep things pretty active. And then we'll have those warm temperatures and peaks of sunshine. That's going to increase the instability for today. So all modes of severe weather are going to be possible, including on a Saturday, even pushing into Sunday. Look how widespread. This Sunday we'll actually see another system start to drop down from the south. Let's get into the details, though, all the way up from the Centennial State down towards the Lone Star State. In the brown color, we have that heightened risk, about a 5% chance of seeing at least a few tornadoes. Let's say a tornado or two, but very widespread, even moving back towards the southeast when it comes to the potential for rotation. Now, once again, Dodge City, Amarillo, Lubbock, we can see up to 10x size hail or over 10x size hail, 2 inches or larger across this region. What we've been tracking early this morning, this is what's left. It's going to be moving further down into Arkansas, pushing down a little bit further to the south of areas like Greenfield, Vicksburg. Also going to see some pretty heavy rainfall. Then that low pressure system starts to move further down, and then we start to see some isolated showers across the Texas Panhandle. And this is around 6 p.m., but just wait until we get to those overnight hours. We're going to start to see more widespread thunderstorms move across this region, pushing down towards Fort Smith and Little Rock and over towards Memphis. This cold front going to keep things busy, and even the Dallas metro as we head into Sunday. But that next system also keeping things busy. Once again, firing up those storms in the same region. So unfortunately, after rounds and rounds of rain, that's going to lead to some flooding concerns. We're going to have more details coming up in our top weather headlines. But first, we're going to take you out towards the northwest, where it's just going to be downright hot.
This competition is about understanding the fundamentals and traditions in sushi and Japanese cuisine.
I'm ready.
This could be anyone's game.
For everyone out there, follow your dreams.
Blackbird was someone says at night.
Hell of a time to call me back. Start calling names. We need help.
Why did you bring the Blackfish through?
We're all black ones.
So what are you saying?
You're all our prisoners. And from this point forwards, this is our outpost.
It's me, Liza Koshy. I want to help other young adults give back to their selfless, deserving parents.
My mom's the most selfless person I know.
At America's Test Kitchen, recipe development is serious business. Every recipe we develop goes through rigorous testing by our team of experts. You like that? I do. Our reviews team scours the market for the best equipment and ingredients through serious hands-on testing. We don't accept advertising, and we purchase all our own products. No shortcuts, no fluff, just unbiased reviews. Start your free trial membership at americastestkitchen.com today.
If we live, we live for them.
We're gonna get through this together. I don't need anybody behind. The only way this works is if we trust each other.
Welcome back to Weather Nation. Of course, as soon as we take the Boise camera just stops working out there. But I was watching that for the last minute. A couple of guys out there hanging out, catching some waves, having a good time in the Boise River on a Friday. Hey, high pressure's moving in. That's a good idea for the weekend. But they were wearing wetsuits. And please, folks, remember, if you're heading out to any Waterways to cool off this weekend. It's still early in the season, so it's still going to be pretty chilly out there. And a lot of those rivers, the lakes, etc., of course, the Pacific Ocean, never really warms up out there on the coast of Washington and Oregon. We're tracking excessive heat as a massive ridge of high pressure builds in. It's still offshore, but by the time we get to Sunday and Monday, it's going to be sitting right on top of the Pacific Northwest, bringing in all that sinking air. And we're looking at a significant warm-up underneath that ridge because of that warming by compression. So if we look at midday Sunday, got a lot of 80s and 90s out there on the map, some triple digits by the late afternoon. Monday afternoon, we've got a lot of 90s and even a couple triple digits, especially looking at the Sacramento Valley out there from Redding down to Sacramento. Some extreme heat certainly possible there with temperatures surpassing 100 degrees. We are going to be tracking the potential for record heat, one lone record possible tomorrow, but as we get into Sunday and Monday, quite a few record highs are expected to fall for areas like Portland, Eugene, Seattle, all the way over to portions of Idaho, Missoula. By the time we get to Monday, we got some mid-90s in the forecast for Montana even. Pocatello, Boise could see some record highs fall. By Tuesday, the ridge is shifting farther east and weakening somewhat, so there will still be the potential for a few records. Farther east, however, up towards Spokane, Missoula, and Baker City. Temperatures as we get into Sunday afternoon are going to be very hot. 96 in Portland, more than 24 degrees above average. Medford 101, Seattle 84 as well. And when it's early in the season, if your body's not used to the heat, you could suffer some of those heat-related impacts more quickly. So make sure you're drinking lots of water, just paying attention to your body. You start getting headaches, you start feeling woozy, you notice some redness. Those are signs that you need to cool off right away. As we get into the Monday time period, still expecting the extreme heat to continue, but we are expecting some major impacts, especially for some areas into central Washington on Sunday along the Columbia River up to Kennewick, the Richland area, that kind of Tri-Cities area, expecting some of those bigger heat impacts. So make sure you're just, again, paying attention, taking breaks, making sure you can cool down at times. And this is the urban heat island effect. We've been talking about this a lot. When you have a big area surrounded by concrete, by steel, it is hard for those locations to cool off because they don't have the trees to take care of that. Not a big water source either. So it can feel significantly warmer in cities. It gets significantly warmer. So for a lot of folks in Portland, this heat wave is going to be feeling about 9 degrees warmer than it would have been if you were kind of in a more rural area compared to the city. Temperatures do start cooling down a little bit on Monday for areas like Portland, down to 94. We'll see a more significant cool down toward the end of the week, but we also have excessive heat now in the forecast for portions of the desert Southwest, the Mojave Desert. Vegas pushing 108 on Monday. Seems early in the season for it. Average high is 96, but this is about the time of year we start to see some of those happening. Yuma, Arizona gets a 20-plus days of 110-degree heat a year. Phoenix and Las Vegas, they get a handful up to around 13 or so, and we're going to see that extreme heat building into a lot of places. Speaking about heating up, the tropics certainly are heating up, especially in the eastern Pacific, where we now have 2 areas to monitor.
Absolutely. So we're going to get your tropical update coming your way now as we're looking at Acapulco, New Mexico. Acapulco, Mexico. Maybe there is one in New Mexico. I'll have to look that up. But let's go ahead and talk about the tropics. And what I've got here is the forecast for the Saharan dust. The dust coming off of the coast of Africa, moving all across the Atlantic waters, into the Gulf waters, and even setting up over land. Southern Florida, this is Saharan dust. So if you do have an issue when it comes to air quality, maybe you have respiratory issues, that sort of thing, there could be some impactful air quality conditions for outdoor activities. We're getting some moderate reports of the poor air quality that's happening up in the Daytona Beach as well as Jacksonville. We could start to get even more of those building in as we push here over the next few days as more of that Saharan dust starts to take over. There are 2 high chances for development in the eastern Pacific. As you see those highlighted blobs there on the map. We'll zoom in here a little bit more. Let me step off the screen so you can get a bearing on where we're at here. So we're off of the southern and southwestern coast of Mexico for that long red blob. And then you can kind of see the other blob that's out there east, or I should say west in the eastern Pacific. That is another high chance for tropical development. So we could see 2 potentially named storms trying to form. They're very close to each other. One looks like it's going to get a bulk of the energy. You can see, ooh, that looks a little nasty there, but luckily staying away from land. It looks like they might actually start to interact with each other and maybe combine into each other. But there's all that heavy rainfall that could be happening in parts of the country of Mexico. We look out into the Pacific, though, no tropical development expected in the next 7 days. So this is what we like to hear. Now, we do have a hurricane season kickoff It's happening Saturday, June 7th, so that's tomorrow live. Dr. Jim and Josh Morganman, they are going to be talking tropics, and we'll be checking in with them throughout the day. We also want to talk about that Eastern Pacific hurricane season.
While the Atlantic Basin brings more high-impact storms to the U.S., the Eastern Pacific hurricane season is known to cause trouble in the Southwest, Hawaii, and especially Mexico. The Pacific hurricane season begins on May 15th, lasts for a full 200 days. An average season produces 15 named storms, 8 hurricanes, and 4 major hurricanes. The first named storm typically forms around June 10th and lasts around November 5th. Most of the tropical depressions, storms, and hurricanes remain out to sea over the Pacific Ocean. However, a few can bring far-reaching impacts, like in 2023, when an enhanced pressure gradient from Dora contributed to dry winds fueling wildfires in Lahaina, Hawaii. And Hillary became only the third tropical storm on record to make landfall in Southern California, bringing widespread flooding. That same year, Otis strengthened from a tropical storm to a Category 5 in less than 24 hours as it devastated the resort town of Acapulco, Mexico. Whether you live in the West, Gulf, or East Coast, it's important for you to know how hurricanes impact you. For Weather Nation, I'm meteorologist Brittany Lockley.
On FanDuel Casino, every day is your chance at a free jackpot and the #1 feeling, which is still winning. Still better than number 85. The feeling of getting away from it all, especially your coworker Rob. And even better than number 23. A bear being afraid of you. Spin for your shot at a free daily jackpot on FanDuel Casino's reward machine.
You were all chosen because you are enough. You made it. I see so much raw potential.
This is your moment.
There's nothing else like being a WWE superstar.
Tell me something that makes a bubble bath even more enjoyable.
Candles. Music. Another person?
It was going so well. Until...
How about some toys?
Your daughters are so embarrassed.
Good answer. Celebrate National Game Show Month on the Family Feud channel.
How are we going to play this guy? Hard or soft? Depends on how many flights of stairs we have to go up. Nash Bridges. This is my partner, Joe Dominguez. Are we in the right place? I keep getting lost around here.
I need you alive, Alan. I need you dead.
Wow. What'd I miss?
Can you direct your attention to the screen, please?
Welcome to Regular Ass Dinosaur Park!
Indie animated comedy. Search Animation Plus, the new home of animated comedy.
Check this out. Beautiful time lapse of the sun rolling over the Tetons. You see the partly cloudy skies there. We're letting some rays of sun through, and they kind of dance up the valley toward the camera. Really cool stuff. Well, the Tetons this time of year. Good weekend ahead out there. We've got a couple of storms around today, but into the end of the weekend and early
warming up outside, so you want to go to someplace cool, like the Tetons. We still have storms in Wyoming and Montana the next couple of days, not widespread, however. Heat really builds in this weekend, though, as a massive ridge of high pressure shifts from the Pacific over to portions of Oregon and Washington, with storms and slightly cooler temperatures returning toward the middle of next week. We have a frontal boundary that's crossing its way through the Canadian Rockies right now. That's going to send some scattered showers and storms into portions of Montana this afternoon, help to increase the lift here across southern Wyoming as well. We do have a slim chance for a couple of isolated severe storms for areas like Cheyenne and Laramie. Otherwise, just expecting some general thunderstorms. We'll see those popping up around the mountains, not quite back to the Tetons. They're looking okay out there this afternoon, but the Wind Rivers, out towards the Laramie Range and all the way down to that I-80 corridor near Cheyenne, back to Rock Springs, we're seeing that chance still for some stronger storms. Into the evening hours side, that's when the cold front starts to generate some storm activity across Montana, from Mosley out through areas like Wasco, on the headwaters of the Missouri. As we look into Saturday morning, here's the front tracking its way to North Dakota. Not many showers out here. Into the afternoon, we do get a couple of those pop-up showers and storms from the Sarga Mountains and Yellowstone back down to areas like Cody and all the way over to Casper. So mostly northern and northeastern Wyoming, getting the chance for some of those storms on Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning. Still tracking some of those showers down towards Cheyenne, Rock Springs, while the rest of the area is looking pretty good into Sunday afternoon as the low moves into North Dakota. So we do get a couple of showers and storms today, tomorrow the most active, Sunday looking less active unless you're down towards I-80 still. So Cheyenne, you're going to have those rain chances sticking around through the weekend with wild swings in temperatures going from the low 60s today, fair up tomorrow, nearly 80 degrees, back down to the low 70s Sunday, and then warming up next week with additional storms returning into Wednesday and Thursday. Glacier National Park, hey, it's a good weekend ahead out there, but Monday and Tuesday look high, 90 degrees. This is at one of the visitor centers, so it is a lower elevation site. Of course, you can cool off as you go up higher in the park. High pressure gradually building in, settling in over Washington and Oregon as we get into Sunday, moving farther inland as we get into Monday to keep the heat going for the interior of the Northwest. So we're going to be tracking record heat potential starting tomorrow, but really picking up into Sunday and Monday across the region. Seattle at 78 today, Spokane 86. Already a one-day dry day. We get a couple of pop-up sprinkles out there in the Bitterroots, but that's if you're lucky. Saturday night, getting even warmer, 78 Seattle, 88 in Portland. But Sunday and Monday, those are the days we really got to find ways to cool off. Bedford over triple-digit heat. Portland at 96, Spokane 93, Boise at 96 as well. And then on Monday, well, the temperatures drop just slightly along the coast in the I-5 corridor. Portland, Seattle, mid-80s, mid-90s still. Pendleton and Medford still in the triple digits with Spokane at around 96. It is early in the season for this kind of heat. In the first big heat of the year, maybe the second big one of the year, it can catch you off guard because your body may not be used to this kind of heat. So take extra breaks, drink lots of water, head inside to get some relief in the AC if you have it. If possible, Yakima 102 on Monday with low 80s returning by Wednesday. But again, if you want to head to the coast, that's a good spot to cool off or go up in elevation. All right, let's head down to the southwest where, hey, the Rockies were getting a little bit of snow this morning. But of course, when you go down in elevation, it's all rain and storms.
Yes, all rain and storms. A couple of the ski resorts are trying to hold on to the snowfall that we do have in those higher elevations. But when it comes to the stormy conditions, we can see once again the hail, like we saw, falling down in Fort Morgan, really gusty winds across the Centennial State. So we'll get into those details, and not only for Colorado, but pushing into New Mexico as well. So here's a look at today's severe weather outlook. Of course, in the areas where we do see the darker yellows, that's that heightened risk for severe weather. Amarillo down towards Lubbock, we can see anywhere from gusty winds to potential for tornadoes, and then also some areas can see some hen egg size hail or larger. Clovis up towards Trinidad, down towards Carlsbad. This is where we have potential for rotation, and that's going to be on the eastern half of Colorado as well. Now, here's a look at the reason why. We have some moisture still lingering on across the area, and also a cold front will be working its way further up towards the north before moving over towards the east, and that's going to bring us some stormy conditions before working its way down towards the south. So that's a look at Saturday. You can see most of the storms headed on over towards the east, and then by Sunday we can pick up some more severe thunderstorms, isolated to scattered in nature across New Mexico. But in terms of the rainfall, most of these storms move very quickly, so less than about a half an inch of rain across this area. Roswell, 99 degrees for today, 93 in Albuquerque, hitting that century mark in El Paso. So even as we head into Sunday, so not really catching a break. There are some areas that can see 2 inches of rainfall or greater, and we even going to see that rainfall across areas like Utah, Christ, down towards Cedar City, over towards Grand Junction. This is where we have that marginal rest that seems to be flooding. But in terms of the temperatures, we're going to be building in that heat, especially back towards the west. Take a look at Grand Junction on Sunday, 92 degrees. Denver, I'll leave you with this. Your 7-day forecast, or Colorado Springs, here's your 7-day forecast. Make sure you're sticking around with us. We're going to be talking about severe weather coming up next.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Try Insurify. We help you compare quotes and save half on your car insurance.
I like it when things are convenient and save me lots of money.
Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
Any murder is a horrible tragedy, but to murder your own mother reflects a particularly callous and depraved individual.
I realized he was not my brother. He was a monster.
Once you've taken someone, you either kill them or you get caught.
He had the capacity to become a serial killer on a scale that is difficult to even imagine.
We know what happened because the video tells us what happened.
Camera doesn't lie.
Boys just don't see the kid.
A question can have only 2 kinds of answer, right?
Wrong. This is impossible.
The question that goes beyond right and wrong.
Stop in the dark.
No idea at all. Impossible question.
Welcome into Weather Nation. Van Buren, Arkansas. This is some damage imagery that we gathered from earlier, likely caused by a tornado. You can see the damage, Jesse. Lots of that showing up there in that part of the natural state. That's in western Arkansas. And they are out there assessing the damage. The storm survey crews, they're out there getting all the information to let us know if it was a tornado, how long it was on the ground, how long it lived, and then also the width and the length of the tornado.
Yeah, these were the storms that came out of Kansas, Oklahoma last night. They clustered to an NCS. Those thunderstorms, or at least the leftovers of those thunderstorms, are now out into areas of Kentucky and Tennessee. We have active watches ongoing, and we're expecting to see more thunderstorms getting going later on this afternoon across Colorado, Kansas, and Oklahoma, Texas. That will lead to more severe thunderstorms throughout the evening and coming hours.
And we'll break down that forecast here momentarily. We're going to start with a look at Viper radar, though. Your Jesse mentioned it, those storms that continue to come across Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee. There are several severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing into those areas. But something else that stands out, Jesse also mentioned this, we've got some watches that are in effect. This is tornado watches, I should say. And then those pink counties into eastern Kentucky, those are severe thunderstorm watches. There will likely be more counties added here. You can see how there's some separation. There's probably going to be some connecting coming up later on today, so just stay tuned for that. We're expecting it. This is the area that we are anticipating that outlook for severe thunderstorms. It's a slight risk in those areas that are highlighted under both the tornado watch and the severe thunderstorm watch. That tornado watch, that's more for middle and west Tennessee, as opposed to, say, eastern Tennessee and eastern Kentucky. So that's why we go from the severe thunderstorm watch into those areas, then you go towards the Mississippi River, and it's a tornado watch because the confidence is there. There's going to be some of that strong rotation with these storms coming through. Now we move into the forecast. You can see all those storms coming across Kentucky and in the state of Tennessee for the rest of today and tonight. This is at 10 o'clock, Knoxville, Bowling Green, Lexington. We're going to have some storms coming through these areas. But notice that we get this next complex of thunderstorms, another one forming along the warm front, and that's going to come across areas of the mid-south as we get into the late morning hours of our Saturday. So from Jackson to Memphis to Huntsville to Nashville, those storms coming through. And then we added some daytime heating, some sunshine out ahead of this line of thunderstorms, and those storms are showing some strength right around, say, Statesboro, Savannah, and Charleston into South Carolina, as well as Georgia. Let's see what's happening right now on Viper radar, though, as I went ahead and showed you some of the details with the warnings that are happening. I mean, check out this warning right here to Jackson County, Kentucky, until 3:30 local time. Zooming in there on the map, Richmond, Berea, included there, I-75 included. This is going to be likely for some damaging winds. Then we see here to western Kentucky, West Tennessee, kind of towards middle Tennessee. Looks like Clarksville currently under a severe thunderstorm warning to that part of the state. That goes all the way until 2:30 local time. And again, that's going to be for hail and for wind. I'm looking at some flood warnings, though. This is the one thing that's interesting here to parts of the northeast, is that we've got a lot of those flood warnings. For example, this one right here from Lawrence County, Pennsylvania, that goes until 4:15. Into southeastern Ohio for Noble County, right over there on the border with West Virginia and Pennsylvania. We got Preston, West Virginia right there, that county until 4:45, 8 last flood warning. So we're already getting some reports of flooding here. And I think in my peripheral, I saw it blinking. There we go, right there. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up into the far northeast. This is for Merrimack County, New Hampshire, Merrimack. I think that is that where the Alf, the 80s show Alf, the alien. I can't remember. No, I think it was Merrimack. That might have been something close to that. But never mind. Nevertheless, that county in New Hampshire is currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. And that one looks like it could be a hail-making thunderstorm, so that one's likely going to be for large hail and damaging winds. When we check out that outlook for severe thunderstorms today, it is huge. I didn't even get into the details out into the central U.S., but that's why I'm going to bring in my colleague, meteorologist Jesse Kelly. Jesse, you got more on that side of things.
Yeah, so let me show you some of the tornadoes that we were tracking on yesterday across the Texas Panhandle. This was into Morton, Texas. You can see a very dusty tornado on the ground here across areas of farmland. The Road Service Office out of Lubbock, they're busy out there surveying damage that we saw on yesterday. But I just want to take a look at some of the atmospheric conditions. We're starting to see thunderstorms starting to get going across the areas of Wyoming into Colorado. And just looking in with the Storm Prediction Center, a watch will be likely for Colorado coming out within the next, say, hour or so. Severe thunderstorm watch, tornado watch, that will be likely across the I-25 for the next hour or so. You can see why we are looking at all that sunshine out there, especially areas along the east, the I-25 corridor. We are starting to see clouds increasing from the west. You can see probably lightning out there too, north of the I-70 corridor. And we were earlier looking at a severe thunderstorm warning just towards the south of Grand Junction. That's this cell here. That will continue to push off towards the east into the mountains, eventually back down to the eastern plains over the next 2 hours or so. But temperatures, though, those are also starting to warm a little bit more. This afternoon, we continue to destabilize the atmosphere. Denver right now, we're seeing temperature around 66. Colorado Springs right now, 66. Pueblo, 73. Colorado in Virginia, so we're seeing temperatures right now currently in the 60s and 70s. As the moisture comes in, we also have enough juice out there for thunderstorms to get going that could produce the damaging winds, the large tornadoes too. And there's the outlook again. They're looking at that enhanced and slight risk for thunderstorms across the region. The biggest threat will be the very large hail that also seeing tornadoes out there too, so make sure you're staying well aware. And of course, thunderstorms we're going to see across Colorado, work its way into Texas, will eventually lead to another NCS, which is right here, West Alabama, and West Central Georgia. More severe thunderstorms The cities and target areas include Birmingham, Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Hoover, Alabama, Vestavia Hills, Alabama, Gadsden, Alabama. Anyway, we have a slight risk on encompasses. Up next, we will have your East Regional forecast.
On FanDuel Casino, every day is your chance at a free jackpot and the #1 favorite, which is still winning. Still better than number 85. The feeling of getting away from it all, especially your coworker Bob. And even better than number 23. A bear being afraid of you. Spin for your shot at a free daily jackpot on FanDuel Casino's reward machine.
Introducing all-new hot honey chicken breast. 100% white meat, dipped in buttermilk, lightly hand-breaded, topped with melty Swiss and crispy cherry with smoked bacon, drizzled with hot honey for a perfectly spicy sweet chicken sandwich, or on a just baked buttermilk biscuit for a savory sweet twist on breakfast. The hot honey hand-breaded chicken biscuit and sandwich, only at Hardee's. My rewards members get a free blueberry biscuit or sausage biscuit when you order on the app.
Yeah.
Those who ride with us, stay with us.
Take your guns, boys. That's the way of the West.
Well, good Friday. Thank you for joining us on Weather Nation Eastern Regional Forecast. That's what's coming your way next as we look at Dundee, New York. Some intense rain, but there's also some hail that was mixing in there. You can see a couple of those hailstones bouncing off the grass. We've got more thunderstorm chances across a good portion of the Northeast. And some of those storms could get into that severe range again. I think the storms are going to stay with us. At least that pattern's going to stay with us as we get into Saturday. Let's go ahead and take a look here at what we're tracking for the rest of today. There's the outlook for severe thunderstorms. It's includes cities like Boston. It gets very close to New York City, down to Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Baltimore, D.C., not including the outlook for severe storms. But then we can still have some storms in those areas for the rest of this Friday and Saturday. There will be Philadelphia, directly to New Jersey, down into Dover, Delaware. We'll be dealing with that opportunity for severe weather. Warm temperatures overnight. We're going to be dropping down to 60 in Cleveland, 68 in Roanoke, Virginia, 63 on State College, Pennsylvania. But it will be stormy for the rest of our Friday through the early part of Saturday. Maybe some rain to start our Saturday around Parkersburg there into West Virginia, out into D.C., maybe Dover, into Delaware, Philadelphia. Might have some rain as we're starting out our Saturday. And then notice these storms that are going to start building throughout the afternoon and kind of riding along that warm front. Those will be coming through late Saturday, but especially into early Sunday morning. This is where we're going to see maybe the grounds are saturated in this part of the country, folks, so it's not going to take much to create that flood threat. So just kind of think back, okay, it's been really soggy in my town, my neighborhood over the last 2 weeks. I mean, it seems like it's rained every day. So mentally you could say, okay, well, the ground's probably saturated. Any additional rain, there could be some flooding, so I just need to be ready for that flood threat. Forecast conditions as far as high temperatures go, I've got normal temperatures right around the Indianapolis area, right there around 79 degrees. Same for Lexington, Nashville, also very seasonable with those numbers. So nothing on the extreme end as far as record highs or well above normal temperatures. It's going to be closer to those seasonable numbers for the rest of the weekend, early next week. We might get a gradual warming trend, though, as we look ahead to next week. Late tonight into early for Saturday, we'll be down in the 50s out west in Buffalo and Erie, Syracuse 62, 61, though, for the viewers in Boston. And Boston, just remember, there could be some rain around that area into the day on Saturday. Looks like we got a little bit of a coastal low, so that's going to be bringing some choppy waves there along the Atlantic coast as well. And then there's the next low that's coming into the mid-Atlantic on the northern side of this low. That's where we're going to continue to deal with a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity, heavy rain, training thunderstorms. So flash flood potential will be there. I'm seeing a bit more red than was once advertised, and that's 5+ inches of rain. So there could be a lot of localized spots that get to that 5+ range when it comes to rainfall. Now, as far as weekend conditions, I've got the storm chances kind of off and on throughout the weekend and into early next week here for the Northeast, so Pittsburgh all the way through Tuesday at least. That shower and thunderstorm chance gradually warming trend early next week. And we'll wrap it up here with a look at New York City. I've got the storm chances for Saturday in the Big Apple. The rain chance, not so much in the Northeast. Well, it's a party. We want to show you this party down in Nashville, Tennessee. And Jesse, you've got more that's happening in the Southeast.
Yeah, so let's say you're traveling out to the CMA Fest over this afternoon. There's more scattered thunderstorms in the forecast too for Saturday and Sunday. So if you're traveling out there, honestly traveling to any festival this weekend across the Southeast, make sure you have a way to receive alerts in case you may need to hop inside to just get away from the rough thunderstorms that could be moving on through. There's an outlook for severe weather over the next couple of days all across the Southeast for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Also have an outlook for Monday too. And the reasons are because we're watching these complexes rolling out of the Central Plains, making its way into the Deep South on Friday and Saturday. So we'll see thunderstorm chances pretty much every day for many of us across this region over the next couple of days. And I will not guarantee that everyone across the Southeast will see thunderstorm chances. Honestly, it depends with daytime heating, where some thunderstorms get going again. When they begin the weekend, we get daytime heating. That's going to fire up new thunderstorms as we head into the afternoon and evening hours. And then once the sun goes down, well, as you know, the thunderstorms begin to fall apart too. And we will see some heavy rain across areas of the Southeast, especially along the north of I-20. Some of us could pick up a couple of inches of rain. We see other areas across the Southeast missing out on the storms altogether. For tonight, it's warm, 80 down towards Destin, so we're sweating quite a bit down there. 72 degrees in Birmingham. We're 75 in Jackson and out towards Hattiesburg. It's hot for Saturday. Look at Hattiesburg, a high of 95 degrees in Destin. Seeing temperature for 87 with scattered thunderstorms. And for Sunday, more scattered thunderstorms on your forecast with temperatures in the 80s and 90s. As you're watching out for more of those NCS coming out of the Southern Plains and making its way into the Deep South. So for Tupelo, Mississippi, active for you all for the next couple of days. We see those temperatures every day in the middle to upper 80s, lows in the 60s, with daily chances of thunderstorms in your forecast. Across the Atlantic coast of the Southeast, you see around Nashville, we're going to see some thunderstorms later on this afternoon and evening. That could be severe. We're seeing damaging winds, large hail, potentially a few tornadoes are also possible. Late tonight and today on Saturday, we could see another round of thunderstorms across Tennessee, over Alabama, into Georgia, out towards the Carolinas. That moves off the coast by Saturday night, and then on Sunday, we do it all over again. More scattered thunderstorms capable of producing the damaging winds, the large hail. There will be some heavy downpours out there too. This cold front slowly drops off towards the southeast. We'll see some heavy rain. The sun was picking up over 2 inches. Tonight, 60s, across the higher terrains of East Tennessee to West North Carolina. Everyone else will see those lows only into the 70s for your Saturday. 90 in Charlotte, 90 degrees in Macon with scattered thunderstorms. Sunday, more the same. scattered thunderstorms for those temperatures in the 80s. For Nashville, scattered thunderstorms for release Monday. Turning hotter those going to the second half of next week. Highs near 90. Down in Florida, not much ongoing here at all for the next couple days. They're driven by high pressure, which means it's going to be nice and toasty. Temperatures in the 90s, going temperatures in triple digits. Make sure that you are staying cool this weekend.
Can you keep it down over there? You're disturbing Marianne. Fear factor's back and it's crazier than ever. Is there anybody still in here?
What is that? What's the shadow that's going on?
What's that?
There's movement over there.
I'm not here to scare you. Can you come talk to us?
Looks like Todd my jacket. I think something's investigating us.
Everybody struggled last year.
Hopefully we can recover from that.
Every blue thing is as good as gold.
Welcome back into Weather Nation, everyone. That is Scottsville, Kentucky, as we're showing some of the painting conditions. There's a little ponding that I was seeing. It's on the right side of the screen. Of course, no cars driving through that area, but I saw some water getting lifted up as those showers have been creating some of that ponding on the roadways. We're going to have to watch out not only for that threat from flash flooding, but we do have severe thunderstorm chances in the forecast across parts of whether it's western Kentucky or eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky, we're worried a little bit more about the hail and the wind. Western Kentucky, there's going to be that added tornado threat. So there is a tornado watch for places like Paducah, Kentucky, Clarksville, into Tennessee, Nashville, and Jackson, Memphis. As of right now, I just want to put as of right now, not under any type of severe watch, or tornado watch, or severe thunderstorm watch for that area of Tennessee just yet. But wait for that, because we do have that potential for some severe thunderstorms there. Now we're looking at Nashville right there on the screen. We know it's very busy in Nashville right now. The big festival that's happening there. There could be some weather that impacts people there. It could be cloud to ground lightning. So whether or not there's even a severe thunderstorm warning, people are going to have to take cover in that area. Now, as far as some of these other warnings, you see down there in Lewis County, Tennessee, until 45 past the hour. This one for Benton County, Tennessee, until 45 past, or I should say 30 past the hour. So this one's just got a few more minutes left on it overall. I'm curious to see if they start to issue some more warnings, just because this activity doesn't seem to be weakening that much. So we'll have that a lot of time as about to expire. We'll probably just start to put some extensions on this forecast. But this is where we expect that severe weather today. Slight risk of severe storms into Kentucky, Tennessee, and down to the Gulf Coast states of Mississippi and Alabama. Plus, we get over into the state of Georgia. We'll look at the big picture out here into the Intermountain West, the Front Range of the Rockies, and out through the central and southern high plains. Those are two enhanced risks in the eastern Colorado, western Kansas, as well as down to eastern New Mexico and the Texas Panhandle. We look here at Viper radar. We've got the storms happening already up into Colorado, so things are starting to pick up as far as business there. But I do want to bring up the visible satellite imagery, because we can see where we're not getting a lot of cloud cover. Look at this straight on sunshine. I'm just going to kind of highlight where I'm not seeing any clouds whatsoever. And there we go. So the atmosphere is just becoming very unstable in this area. So any of the storms that start to move into that particular part that's getting the sunshine, they'll get stronger. They'll start to produce that large hail, start to produce that damaging wind threat. So we're kind of waiting on those storms to really start to get going out here. But we do have thunderstorms in Utah, Nevada, a few thunderstorms out there. Nothing severe as of right now. The outlook for severe weather does really stay confined out into the eastern part of the Four Corners. You start to get out into Utah, Nevada, and California. Thunderstorms, yes, but severe threat looks to be low. Let's go to Ada, Oklahoma. Flooding was happening there. And Jesse, we always talk about, no matter what vehicle you're driving, you shouldn't be going through those flooded roadways. 12 inches of water can start to displace a car.
Yeah, and this flood threat is not going anywhere no time soon because of the repeated rounds of showers and thunderstorms coming out of Colorado, New Mexico, just continue to push more towards the east over the next couple of days. That pattern will just continue to repeat itself through at least the first part of next week. In the last 24 hours, we're seeing between 2 and about 3 inches of rain, and our grounds here across the southern plains, central plains, they're very saturated. Lots of moisture to tap into. As you can see, our cold fronts, they're not making it all the way down to the south, and that is because of a large area of high pressure that's going to lead to some record heat building into the South Texas area. We can see some records fall as we go into the Sunday, and with this very active pattern in place through at least next week, heavy rain is likely. This time around the I-20 corridor, so Dallas or towards Tyler, Shreveport, toward Birmingham. This is the rainfall amounts across the I-20 corridor in the next 5 days, 23 and 5 inches. So this is forecast. The rain just won't quit here for these areas. You see the thunderstorms getting going. Western Kansas, western Oklahoma, western Texas. All the thunderstorms are moving off towards the east. It'll be beginning to a squall line as it moves out into the deep south. Saturday afternoon, we're going to see a new round of thunderstorms developing along this stall boundary. That makes its way off towards the east. And on Sunday, just like clockwork, more scattered thunderstorms developing along these cold fronts that just don't really have any room to really go anywhere. Just fall apart right here across the areas between I-20 and I-40. So basically, we're going to see those thunderstorm chances almost every day across the areas like Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, back to the south over the next couple of days. Our in-house model over the next 60 hours suggests we could see some rainfall amounts between I-20 and I-40 that could get up to over 2 to 3 inches of rain. And we also have active fireworks in place across Kansas, across Oklahoma, also across areas of Arkansas. Look, these repeated rounds of thunderstorms out there. We won't be surprised if we see additional flood watches being issued throughout the weekend. We'll slide to the north, talk a little more about this smoke and the haze coming out of Canada.
Yeah, that's right. We get to Marquette, Michigan, so we're far northern Michigan, and that's where we're getting in on some of those hazy skies, a smoky scene, if you will. Now, as far as those ongoing fires up into Canada, we're at 6.6 million acres that have burned. So this is much, much worse than it was last year. Last year at this time, we were at about 1 million acres that had burned into the country of Canada. Now, as far as air quality into, I hate to see this, unhealthy being reported right now in Detroit. So this is where no matter how you are when it comes to respiratory issues, you just don't want to be breathing that air. It's unhealthy for everybody who is out there in Detroit. That's why there are air quality alerts. So again, activities outside, you just want to make sure you can be indoors. Maybe if you have a filtration system, that's going to be best. Get that air nice and clean for you, as that is just some really dirty air, if you will, overall. Now we see that there is a digging trough this weekend, and that is going to be coming through. It's going to be bringing some active conditions out here into the high plains of the upper Mississippi River Valley and into the northern Great Lakes. Now, I like showers and thunderstorms when you're dealing with poor air quality because it helps just clear out the atmosphere. It kind of scrubs the atmosphere. That's why after head into the central United States, and we're going to go into that regional forecast in just a few minutes.
Say it like you mean it. Victory starts in our thinking. Things are not only about to change, but it's going to be better than you've imagined. Do I have any believers and not doubters in the room tonight?
When it comes to big personalities, Dr. Phil's Mary TV has the biggest and the best. Steve Harvey,
Until you get the man, hey, just get your man corner. Get that corner and beat it.
Nancy Grace,
You'd have to be under a rock in the tank on the other side of the world not to know about that.
and the man himself, Dr. Phil.
Your beard is swollen. Stooge.
It's the best of Dr. Phil's Mary TV on Roku.
It's on to the age of kings and beasts. And next the prehistoric world. Come crawling back to the
Next, all the T-Rexes that ever were.
It is truly enormous. Uncover your favorite documentaries. On Dinos 24/7, streaming now.
Central Regional Forecast is on the way. This is Chesterfield, Missouri. Looking back at Wednesday, all just that intense weather that was coming through. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, flood warnings. That was Wednesday. We've got a lot of the same areas that were dealing with that strong weather Wednesday that we're tracking more of that strong weather for the rest of this Friday as well as through the weekend. As we look here at some of the headlines in the north central U.S., it's still going to be some of those hazy and smoky skies that we're tracking with the ongoing fires up into Canada. But severe weather is going to be a huge factor over the next few days, impacting a lot of residents here in the north central U.S. So let's talk about that first. I'm going to step off the screen. I don't want to cover anybody up. We're under that outlook for severe weather. We can see anywhere from Cheyenne and Denver all the way south into Dodge City, Wichita, Springfield, all the way into Poplar Bluff into southern Missouri, even southern Illinois. So cities like Carbondale, Illinois included in that outlook for severe weather. Now Saturday, notice how it kind of bubbles back up to the north a bit. It gets closer to say southern Iowa, central Illinois, and then this next trough coming out of Canada, that's going to bring some strong weather. Potential severe winds up into both north and south Dakota, where a chance of large hail and damaging winds. Sunday is that next trough digs south. See where it builds up, and we're going to have that chance for more severe weather. So let's focus again here on the next 3 days down south as we look into places like Wichita, Nevada, Wallace, Springfield, all included in that outlook for the rest of the weekend. So that means both Saturday and Sunday we're going to have multiple days of severe thunderstorms for, say, Kansas City, Nevada, Wichita. Look at these storms right there by midnight tonight. So this is into early Saturday. Those storms right there mean business. Those storms right there mean business coming across Dodge City. These are storms that could or you're able to wake up, wake your family up, your friends up, whoever it is, your roommate, and then you guys can go take cover and get to safety. This is Sunday. Notice how there's some more storms in this exact same area. It's just consistent. Don't let it get you down. We know sometimes it can get tiresome. We call that fatigue, severe weather fatigue, when this is day after day after day of severe weather, but it only takes one storm to do damage to your home or put you in jeopardy, so that's why you can't let your guard down with all these multiple days of severe storms. There's that excessive rainfall, so areas like Raleigh, Poplar, Bluff, Paducah could get into that excessive rain Saturday. It shifts a little bit stronger down to the south. It's still There's a look at the high temperature trend as we get into the next few days. Not really seeing anything extreme from the heat down, but definitely some heat days as we get into the start of the weekend. Look at the warm next week. St. Louis will be having in the 80s by Wednesday. There was ongoing health concerns for the poor air quality. So Chicago, Kalamazoo, Detroit, the rest of this afternoon. Hazy and smoky skies creating that poor air quality. And there's some health from Mother Nature. I was talking about this. One thing I like about the poor air quality is this shower and thunderstorms that come in right after and actually really scour out the atmosphere. So that's where we're going to get some help from Mother Nature, but it could be in the form of some strong weather, in the form of this thunderstorm and that heavy rainfall. We track the temperatures tonight. It's cool up in the Marquette, Michigan, 44, Saginaw, 53, St. Milwaukee, about 53 for that high. We're going to look at some of those stellar numbers as we get into the weekend. There's the capital of Wisconsin, Madison. You can see temperatures staying in the 70s through early next week. The 80s are back late in the week. You got to check out that tornado. We're going to share another visual of that tornado out of Morton, Texas. And Jesse, you've got the South Central covered.
Yes, and here across Texas, we can see more tornadoes, more damaging winds, and more large hail. Our pattern just remains very active here over the next couple of days. You can see all the flooding across Texas, the damage that we had on yesterday, soon this morning out of Arkansas, and you're going to see the same story repeat itself over the next couple of days. More severe weather, more flooding, and extreme heat that's likely down into South Texas. Here's some of the wind reports we had on Thursday. Winds between 59 to over 100 miles an hour. We also had some very large hail into Hockley, Texas. We had a hail report of 5 inches thick. That isn't managed there. I believe that's just to the west of Lubbock. This afternoon, this evening, Lubbock is in the bullseye again for the highest wind report. More severe weather, more large hail. It could be destructive, more damaging winds, more tornadoes. Saturday, Sunday, and for Monday, there is a risk of severe thunderstorms. So look at the forecast and follow the fronts. So we're going to be watching several complexes coming through OKC, eventually into Missouri and Arkansas. Down Saturday. But Saturday, though, Saturday afternoon, you may get possibly action on Saturday afternoon. And then on Sunday, another cold front coming in out of the north. That's going to trigger more thunderstorms that will get closer to the I-20 corridor to us here. There will be concern as we head into your Sunday and Monday. There's also flood watches in effect across Oklahoma, Arkansas to Kansas. So not surprised we see this watch expand just because of all the rain that we continue to see over the next couple days. For the overnight, we're near 80 in Dallas, 71 degrees out towards Little Rock. For Saturday, we'll see those temperatures in the 80s and 90s. We'll scattered thunderstorms out there. For Sunday, higher though for Abilene, we'll see a high of 100 degrees. For Shreveport, we'll see scattered thunderstorms through next week. We'll see those lows at night in the 70s. And then out into West Texas, we will see a few severe thunderstorms for Friday. Very isolated those who head towards Saturday. We see a slightly better chance of thunderstorms going along our next cold front and basically dry line separating the dry air towards the west and much more humid air towards the east. A few thunderstorms will be severe on Sunday and Monday. We will see some heavy rain, especially near the I-20 corridor, where areas north of I-20 could see an inch or two of rain. For this evening, it's warm for all of us. Lows near 80 in Del Rio. We're 72 degrees for Fort Stockton. Also looking at 70s out with the I-35 corridor from Dallas down towards San Antonio. For Saturday, it is hot. 103 in Fort Stockton. We are 101 out towards Midland. Sunday, temperatures also into the triple digits. Lubbock, Texas, it's hot for the weekend. Temperatures into the upper 90s. More storm chase for next week. And across the Gulf Coast, nothing ongoing here except for a whole lot of high pressure, a whole lot of heat. We see those temperatures in the 90s. Feeling temperatures at times between 105 to 110. So make sure you drink lots of water this weekend.
This season looks like, smells like,
Fox. Was that Kilo 3 Mike Echo Fox Rock?
There's sometimes
Mike Echo Fox, closer.
The landlord clearly said no open fire.
Going into the house. What's your name? I don't think it's supposed to be more. We're here in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Yeah, a little busier where you are than where I'm at in Lebanon County in Fredericksburg, right off the 78. I'm heading into, taking 7th Street into Lebanon right now, and then I live like 50 minutes outside of Lebanon. It's not too far from, you know where Walmart is between Harrisburg and Hershey. Hummelstown area, right? Pain in the butt there. I hate driving that. Sometimes when I go to like, F8 and Hummelstown or wherever I am, something like that, and take through there. And I grew up in Lindellstown. I've always hated that intersection up on the hill there, and where that Dunkin' Donuts is. Oh yeah, I'm actually back behind Christ Orchard at the moment, trying to get across 441. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. It's a little rainy here at the moment. I haven't seen any lightning, but I saw a little bit on the radar. And I saw these my side with a pillow under it for 2 months before they took me out of the plane. And of course, at that point, you've lost all your strength and all your rotation and mobility. And it's a long time getting the range of motion back.
They are really producing some heavy rain. I see a flood warning. Sometimes the
Yeah, it sounds like it. So what are your plans for retirement once you go down south?
in the Livingston County, Kentucky.
Yeah, my therapist working on my golf swing. The community we're looking at, it's an HOA, which is supposed to be for the radio hobby. But for $200, there's 711 holes of golf. 62 swimming pools, half overheated. 4 town squares with 5 bands on the square every night, year round. Drive around your golf cart and have a good time. So that's the plan. Yeah, that sounds nice. HOA is low, but like, what were the odds you're going to set up a 50-foot crank-up tower anyway, right? I mean, I want to help down. A big 35-foot, it's a Rome 20 with an H3S Trimander on the top of it. But the wife has been good to me. She has started the fun and going to let me pick up a gray line flagpole antenna that we can put up that meets the requirements of the facility.
We also see some flooding that's been happening.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, very nice. And so does the HOA spell out rules related to antennas, or is it just like they do allow you to have a flagpole and then there needs to be options to buy that?
And that could be another.
They spell out no towers, you're allowed a satellite dish, so I could probably get away with a 2-meter, 70-centimeter on the roof. But I'll run a perimeter wire around the roof of the house and probably maybe get the flagpole antenna with a remote tuner, lay in some ground wires, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Even with this rig in the truck, I've got an Icon 706 in the truck, and I've managed to pick up New Zealand with it occasionally if conditions are good. So even on 70 watts. So I'm going to do what I can. Home stations, got the Maritron AL811 and Icon 7300. So that's versatile, and I can do a lot with that. We'll be talking to 40 years in a few months then, right? Because I had a few contacts, voice contacts, just, daylight over the weekend, Memorial Day, a few Florida, easy contacts down there. I don't know if conditions are just right or if that's typical. I don't really do a lot of HF, and I have a 7300, and I have a 9-year-old, I have a 37 and a 9-year-old. So the 9-year-old likes to listen and scan the waterfall and gets on occasion with me. Oh, but if I don't have to, I'll be upset with myself. Any interest in an H3S 3-element Trimander, 10, 15, 20 meter? I also have a Yaesu DXA 800 rotor and controller. Yeah, the controller rotator I will need to talk to you about because I have a Yaesu 800. What is it called? 800 SA or 800S? I actually had a friend of mine when I lived in Maryland, his father-in-law, big ham down there for years at the Anne Arundel Maryland Local Leaders Club, and passed away, silently now, got all of his equipment, except the brother-in-law stole the rotator, but left the controller. So I have a Yaesu desk controller module for a rotator, but I don't have the rotator itself.
about lows tonight. We're going to drop with our temperatures. Today on Saturday afternoon. Look at that heat. 92, almost 90. It's Charlie for stopping. In the morning in Kennewick, we'll get down to 50 in Burns, 52 in Baker City. Forecast conditions, I'm going to go 90s in Pendleton for that afternoon high on Saturday, 91 there, near 90 in Spokane. Yeah, I don't see that for a second. That's what happens as you go south. It's going to be really upper 80s. Saturday, and then should get up to 96 for Sunday. I mentioned not much of a cooling trend with the heat. If we do get that cooling trend for, say, example, Rapid City, we're down to 75 Monday. We're right back up to 88 on Wednesday. There's Idaho Falls, Idaho. That extended forecast showing possibly getting up near 90 degrees as we push into next week. We'll look at the active weather we had in the parts of New Mexico as well as Colorado. And Jesse, you got more in the southwest region.
Yeah, we got some large hail coming down in Fort Morgan, Colorado. You see how the hail just covered all of the road. We also had some tornadoes across eastern Mexico. And some of these same areas could see more active weather for Friday. We are looking at watches already being issued across the eastern plains of Colorado. That's when we have that level 2, level 3 list for severe thunderstorms. All hazards are possible, including tornadoes, damaging winds, and very large destructive hail is likely along the eastern I-25 corridor. So our forecast shows those thunderstorms moving out of here later on tonight. Dry things out by Saturday. A few isolated showers are possible across Utah and Colorado as we head towards Saturday. Our next cold front comes in on Sunday. It'll help cool temperatures down a little bit. And then we're starting to see more scattered showers and thunderstorms back in your forecast. So, hey, enjoy Saturday because Sunday we're going to see more scattered thunderstorms in your forecast. And we could see some light snow falling just towards the west of Denver as those high mountain peaks, 10, 11, 12,000 feet. Tonight, 51 in Pueblo. We are looking at a low near 70 out towards St. George in Utah. Our forecast in Grand Junction shows lots of heat, but across the I-25 corridor is cooler and stormier. For Denver, we're looking at scattered thunderstorms for your forecast on Sunday. More scattered thunderstorms for your forecast next week. Just can't break this wet pattern here across Denver. We'll see as low as 50s. Across Mexico, we have threats of severe thunderstorms Friday and Saturday. As you see thunderstorms getting going along this cold front and a dry line for Friday. That moves off towards the east for tonight. And then as we head towards Saturday, a few isolated thunderstorms between Trinidad and Amarillo. That will slide off towards the southeast. It's going to be hot in temperatures in the triple digits. And then for Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, well, more scattered thunderstorms are in forecast, and that rain could be heavy across areas of Mexico out into West Texas. This evening, though, we're calling for a temperature near 50 in White River, near 60 in Silver City, and we're 55 degrees in Santa Fe. Your forecast for El Paso, Tucson, Phoenix is hot there in the morning. So just make sure you stay cool with those temperatures in the triple digits, but cooler though as you go up in elevation up near Flagstaff. For Phoenix, your forecast shows lots of heat. The hottest day is going to be on Monday with a temperature of 108 degrees. Lows at night only cooling down to near 80. For Southern California, not much moisture here, but across Vegas, northern Arizona, maybe a few isolated showers here and there, but here, though, it's all about the heat. Tonight, it's cool, though, along the coast. We'll see temperatures from Salinas down to San Diego in the 50s and 60s. Saturday, 99 in Kalamazoo, we're 101 in Vegas. LA, though, cooler, temperature 75 degrees. For your Sunday, it's hot for the deserts. Cooler, though, along the coast. Your forecast, San Diego, is very consistent with temperatures in the 70s. Northern California, this is a chance to rain.
AI5 KZN from W3MSC.
PET Tyler Perry Company. We're a family. With house paint and resistant energy. Weeknights with 300 gem crown.
Hey, the sun's out. Oh, you might be recording a Snapchat. Oh, here's Bo. Sun's out. It's a beautiful day here in Harrisburg. You can see Rockland in this atmosphere, Jackson. I stepped out of my car after I got to work, and the humidity, I felt like I was in the ocean. All in all, though, it's been a nice cool day.
You don't need to be a movie buff.
Are you just manning the weather center, or are you on the air?
Yeah, that's the best part of it. Cinefall Classics.
The big man is going to be doing some live stuff. So helping out. Then I'm going to do some stuff too. Well, make sure you factor in the delay when you press the dance button. There's a 7-second delay.
Is this your turn to be sympathetic or are you twisting the knife? Get the hell out.
Well, by the time his beat gets to you, it's 7 seconds late.
Ready for the right move.
He shows the live feed when it's like we do all that stuff. Yeah.
You hear 24 hours a day.
Plus you don't know who monitors and I can see there.
Network site.
Does he have the Avril Lavigne concert over?
To the General Hospital channel.
He's gonna be there, well, not on the concert, but hey. I don't understand that. So they said that Hannah Taylor
We gotta get him a handheld radio. Only be during those peak heating hours this afternoon. Talk about putting something back here for like weather alerts and stuff like that. Saturday mornings, we got a lot. I think it'd be great to have a little radio there at the desk. Like a base station radio. Yeah.
We're going to get our micro tour across the mid-south. That's where we're looking at future thunderstorms ongoing across areas Tennessee, Kentucky, to put this in
One thing for my LED antenna that I asked George, with George and Randy, you should go out and ask him. He said he's still there.
They are capable of producing some damage and
Just left with an image from my cable last week. And I know you guys did these radios on the desk, so he probably sees them. Yeah, I didn't ever see it. We're only there on the weekend, but you should, yeah, you know, this is heat that's installed any amateur radio antennas. They have 60 bands. I'll send an email too. I gotta go record radio, so I'll let you go. KI5 TPN 73. Okay, Tommy 101. Hello, John. KB3DH, W302.
We need a break from rain, unfortunately, but we're not going to get that as of right now.
Frank,
As we
where's
continue
the
our
AI?
micro tour up
But
into
forget
Bridges,
we're
we're
talking about it.
looking
Walking
at
down the shore.
a thunderstorm just towards the north.
It is over. It is what? Over?
Down to Louisa County, Virginia, Oakland, and
It's over, over. Where you're talking about but all the rain, when you're saying it's for Cocoa County, at least southern Cocoa, northern Cocoa County. Yeah, after that, we're that was my parents' cold. We were just sitting in my house and we're like, well, we might as well sit outside. We're under a pavilion, but I'm pavilion, but cold. So we're sitting underneath it. And it was raining for about, half an hour, 45 minutes, but then the sun's out and the ground is drying and slowly drying out. Slowly drying out.
Just towards the south of Leo Mister, we're also going to be looking at some gusty winds.
That's what I hear.
Super strong within this area. South of Leo Mister, so we're going to walk up over in Illinois.
Yeah, you're speaking under the it's probably so dry that the hours don't sweat and I think it's undercoat pretty dry. It's pretty amazing when you get wet. It appears to be kind of waterproof. So then eventually the area is saturated.
We're looking at active watches in effect until
It's really, really tight. It's like pretty cold. The first question is yes. The answer to your second question is no. But it doesn't stop us from accidentally falling in. Viewers found out what we're expecting out into the Intermountain West. I haven't pulled it up to you yet. You saw Jesse talking about that tornado watch. But anyway, yeah, so hopefully we get that put up here. The city of Denver. So it's not the entire city of Denver. It doesn't get to the Denver International Airport as far as that watch. So if we're looking for some right news with this watch, Lamar, Springfield, Trinidad, all of them. You're looking at every now and then, but the weather is about a tornado watch. Sometimes you get so focused just on a tornado threat. Hey, I got it set for low power. I want to take Bill outside because the ground here is cold, so I'm here for a little bit. I think we need to go out back and run out there and see what's going on. Good to hear you, John. KB3DH, W302. But you can see how the storms are starting. Colorado. So we got that watch in place. That's what we're going to continue to see. As of right now, though, these storms are all sub-severe. Just some scattered shower thunderstorm activity. There's cloud. We got some rain that's about to head in there. We get down on the southern side of things. I'm seeing some thunderstorms in the southern New Mexico. I should say southern Colorado into northeastern New Mexico, I should say. So maybe some initialization that's now starting to happen with some of these storms. This could just be the start of it. These storms might really start to strengthen up. We look at the outlook for severe weather today. And it does include many of these spots that we're tracking some of those thunderstorms already. We got a severe thunderstorm warning kind of on the border with Utah and Colorado. That goes until 2:30 some of the worst weather. It's going to be this highlighted orange area that's out there into the plains of Colorado, just down to southwestern Kansas. Visible satellite imagery. You see a lot of sunshine right there in those areas in the east of southeast of Colorado Springs. So that means the atmosphere is starting to become primed for these storms to turn severe. So I have a feeling that we'll start to see a lot more of these severe thunderstorm warnings issued as we make our way here through the rest of the day today. Now, as far as a flood warning, I'm not seeing much of flood warnings except for this one that's right down there in the southern Utah, for Garfield County, Utah, until 4:45 local time. There is a flash flood warning that is ongoing. We're not going anywhere. We got more updates on the way. And don't forget, at the bottom of the screen, we always have those alerts scrolling across so you can see if you're dealing with a flash flood warning, a tornado warning, or a severe thunderstorm warning. There's more Weather Nation coming up. Keep it here.
Remember your ABCs! Always be cloudy! And the Walmart app has over 500 million items. Walmart has dancing shoes? The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. This town's full of stories.
Welcome to Spider-Man. I'm ready to see the shapeshifter. You have to help save everyone. I'm just a kid. That's why you can succeed.
You could definitely do with another pair of hands. I'm on my way. Hello? Do not hit me. That's crying out for rules. It's about time I started laying them down. Just do as she's told and do that time out. Let's keep going. Every week you give the children a chore to do. Just don't so much shit your family.
How would you like us to be remembered? For blowing crap up.
That seems about right.
This year on the Price is Right Barker era, National Game Show Day is so big, we're celebrating it all month long. What do you think of that? Great. It's a tribute to the shows you love, full of laughs, thrills, and timeless moments. Watch day and night. Celebrate National Game Show Month on the Price is Right, the Barker era.
True crime all the time. Since 2020 is on stream 24/7.
True murder mystery.
Sex betrayal lies.
You've been listening to a special report with CBS News about Kilmar Obrego Garcia, the Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. He is now headed back to the United States to face serious charges involving trafficking undocumented migrants. You've just heard some of the many details, so the government appears to be doubling down. They're going to go after him very hard, and we'll see what his lawyer's response is this time. Denise and Nikki.
All right, Mike, thank you. This is certainly a developing story. Thank you so much, Mike. Well, let's turn to the other top story today, the cleanup in the harbor after 2,000 gallons spilled in the water. Bye for that. Stay right there, Mike. We're going back to you because I know you've been covering this other story all day long for us.
I have, and Denise and Nikki, this is
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Fauquier County in northern Virginia, west central Prince William County in northern Virginia until 4:45 p.m. At 4:10 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Warrenton, moving south at 15 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, damaging winds will cause some trees and large branches to fall. This could injure those outdoors, as well as damage homes and vehicles. Roadways may become blocked by down trees. Localized power outages are possible. Unsecured light objects may become projectiles. Locations impacted include Calvert, Warrenton, Broken Hill, Auburn, Opal, Casanova, Greenwich, Gainesville, and Catlett, Midland, New Baltimore, Haymarket, Matherville, Bealton, Henley, Milksville, Broad Run, protection moved to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Now for the official national. Midland, New Baltimore, Haymarket, Nashville, Hilton, Early, Milksville, Broad Run, and Lincoln Hall. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
Focused area on this. The WJZ drone also captured protective barriers in Bell Point, placed there in case fuel runs.
Well, I got that alert. That was cool.
Stormwater pipes. Is it going to keep coming out of that one outfall? Could it spread to other outfalls? Right now, there has not been any spread to the other outfalls. But we just don't know what's going to happen when it starts raining. So we'll all
We're able to react to it very quick.
Officials say the investigation into the spill from Hopkins generators will start once the cleanup has ended. Johns Hopkins tells WJZ, "This is our home, and we are fully committed to funding the cleanup and remediation efforts in the Inner Harbor, including any impacts to local wildlife."
there will definitely come a time when we all want to know the answers of like how did this spill happen and how do we keep it from happening again.
Wait. What was the effective time?
Natural Resources says turtles are resilient. They can swim under the oil. The 3 turtles that were taken for observation are in good health.
Really?
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Monroe County in eastern West Virginia, northwestern Hampshire County in eastern West Virginia until 5 p.m. At 4:12 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Fort Ashby or near Bel Air, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, damaging winds will cause some trees and large branches to fall. This could injure those outdoors, as well as damage homes and vehicles. Roadways may become blocked by downed trees. Localized power outages are possible. Unsecured line objects may become projectiles. Locations impacted include Kaiser, Shanks, Fort Ashby, 3 churches, Hibbsville, Higginsville, Shortcat, Romney, Reese's Mill, Points, Springfield, Levels, Wabecomo, and Green Springs. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Now for the official national.
Okay, I feel like it's gonna start up being crazy again.
After the break, WJZ at 4 is back after this.
Okay, 4:45. I thought so. Okay.
You weren't chosen because you earned it. I see so much raw potential.
This is your moment.
There's nothing else like being a WWE superstar.
Football fans and competitors, especially when it comes to tailgating. This season, we've got new teams, new super fans,
we're back on your corner in Howard County, where students and parents are standing up against cuts to school funding. The school board voted to close its funding gap by cutting dozens of teacher positions and educational programs. So Wednesday, the Howard County Board of Education voted 6-1 to advance its budget proposal. The proposed budget has a 6.2% increase from fiscal years 2025 to 2026. Positions including the Children Empowerment Program. Parents are concerned what this could mean for students and teachers.
It's just everyone has a different type of learning that they need, and some children are just ready to engage at a very accelerated level and then children need to be given opportunities so they're not distracted.
Okay, I feel like it's going to start
that
up
they
being
don't become
crazy.
disengaged and just feel like they're not a part of belonging in the classroom experience.
Advocates are asking for the county executive and the Board of Education to work together and find a solution for everyone before the final operating budget is passed June 12th, next week.
Well, let's take a live look right now. You can see raindrops on the camera right now. Just going to be on and off. At least coming in, it wasn't like this. A much different situation right now, Cutter.
Yeah, will this break the heat is my question.
Well, it's going to break the heat, Denise, but it'll add to the mugginess. So kind of even there once the shower moves through, not really feeling all that much nicer outside. But as Nikki said, waves of rain. It's not going to pour all weekend. You don't need to go out and, cancel every plan, call your friend up, and shift everything around. But we're going to be tracking that chance of showers in the forecast this evening. Right now, likely rain over Baltimore City. Earlier storm was north of the city of Baltimore County, north of Towson. That has since weakened. It's really just sprinkles over the city right now. And while this is weakening, we are seeing more showers and thunderstorms pop up in western Maryland. Keep in mind the storms that are right now moving through central Maryland started over here in eastern West Virginia and western portions of Maryland. So we'll be watching yet again that next round of showers and thunderstorms moving east roughly along I-70. We could see more booms of thunder, see the raindrops here, the booms of thunder this evening. Temperature is down now to 81 to answer Denise's question, but dew point still in the mid-60s. It is muggy outside. The south and easterly breeze will ensure that we'll have more mugginess as far as the evening commute home and your plans. Moderate impacts through 7 p.m. I think after sunset, we're going to start to see the showers and thunderstorms dry up, so a lesser impact to those later evening plans. And then overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, not bad. Temperatures dropping back into the 70s. We're going to get a bit of a lull. I say tomorrow morning not being bad. We're talking early here. Temperatures mid to upper 60s, mostly dry for the earliest of plans. But by the time sunrise arrives, we're going to see that chance of showers and thunderstorms return to the forecast, or neighborhood forecast. Sparks 68 degrees, Middle River upper 60s, Owens Mills nearly 70 degrees. That's for a wake-up temperature. We're back in the low to mid-80s away from the bay tomorrow afternoon. 84 in Baltimore City, and your beach forecast again Saturday, Sunday. Showers and thunderstorms a possibility both days. For tomorrow, it's mainly through the morning hours, but after sunrise. For our Sunday, it's more of a midday rain chance in the first alert forecast, and it does look like some of that rain could be heavy hour by hour. 7 a.m. pretty quiet, a little different than our Saturday morning. Later arrival to the rain, but still looking like a late morning on into mid-afternoon. Peak storm chance, but perhaps a few more showers and thunderstorms Sunday evening. Monday, a drier day, more showers and thunderstorms Tuesday. By the time all is said and done between now and Tuesday evening, it won't rain that entire time. We're looking at a widespread 1 to 2 inches of rain. The wettest days probably being both Sunday and then Monday night into early Tuesday morning. But as far as your Saturday is concerned, we wake up into some rain with a bit of a drier streak in the forecast for the afternoon plans. We'll continue to keep you updated. WJZF4 is back after this.
Chaos toward the end of the school year. I'm Stefan Diggle on your corner in Dundalk, where parents are speaking up about the safety of their children at Stricker Middle School. After a boy was allegedly bullied and assaulted, and no one called the parents. We hear from PCPS.
This town's full of stories. Well, from the Spider
goal of the third UN Ocean Conference is to come up with a blueprint for protecting marine life, boosting ocean funding, and holding countries accountable.
We have a tendency of using the ocean as a dumping ground. 80% of the pollution that we find on the ocean actually comes from land, and I think this is where we need to try to convince our decision makers to take actions.
The summit gets underway on Monday in Nice, France.
Well, the Maryland Park Service is bringing back Maryland Conservation Corps members. Yesterday, we told you that a federal judge in Maryland ruled the Trump administration must restore millions of dollars to AmeriCorps grant funding. Those federal cuts also impacted Maryland parks. So now, 17 members have been reinstated. The Maryland Conservation Corps helps improve parks, trails, plant trees, and teach environmental programs.
For more at WJZ News at 4.
President Trump says he's focused on his presidency amid his public falling out with Elon Musk. I'm Erica Brown at the White House with more on their feud and how the Republican Party is responding.
The dangers of AI, the new ways people are manipulating photos and targeting teenagers.
Hey, Denise, Nikki, and the first little forecast. Thunderstorms on the way. We're not done with the wet weather just yet. In fact, it's just getting started. We're going to lay it out for you in the weekend forecast. Come in.
You see the tent for the first time and you just can't believe it. Any words of advice you'd like to offer?
You're gonna need perfection.
On your mark, this looks like a nightmare. Get set, ready.
I'm Sandra Lee, and I'm challenging home cooks to create a 5-star meal on a 2-star price tag. Use substituted mushroom for the steak. That is a hack of all hacks.
What's going on? This is Kevin Hart. Babe, I must call for a work hard. Beat out 69 Camaro. So bundle up. Shut your mouth.
We got each other to lean on.
I just like being with my friends.
Live from WJZ, this is breaking news.
We're following breaking news tonight that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is back in the U.S. facing human smuggling charges.
So Abrego Garcia, of course, a Salvadoran migrant who was living in Maryland and working in Maryland, and who the Trump administration admitted was mistakenly then deported back to his home country. He is now facing 2 federal criminal counts.
Attorney General Pam Bondi said he's a danger to our community.
He was a smuggler of humans and children and women.
He made over 100 trips, the grand jury found, smuggling people throughout our country. MS-13 members, violent gang terrorist organization members throughout our country. Thousands of illegal aliens were smuggled. This is especially disturbing because Abrego Garcia is also alleged with transporting minor children. The defendant traded the innocence of minor children for profit.
Abrego Garcia's case sparked nationwide backlash and caused 2 Maryland lawmakers, Chris Van Hollen and Glenn Ivey, to travel to El Salvador to check on his well-being. WJZ's Mike Helgren has been following this case from the very beginning. He'll join us live at 5 with reaction to today's news.
Well, more fallout today for the very public feud between the President of the United States and the world's richest man.
A day after President Trump and Elon Musk went after each other on social media, the Tesla CEO is trading barbs with a close Trump ally. Erica Brown is at the White House with the latest.
President Trump told CBS News' Robert Costa Friday that he's focused on the domestic and foreign policy matters of his presidency, not on Elon Musk, in the wake of their very public falling out.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Trump and Musk, who just a week ago praised one another at the White House, traded insults and threats on social media Thursday after Musk called President Trump's signature budget package a, quote, big ugly bill, arguing it would add trillions to the deficit. The White House denies that.
With respect to what Mr. Musk has been saying about the big beautiful bill and overspending and things like that, I think that that dog won't hunt when you do the math properly.
A senior administration official says President Trump is considering selling the Tesla he bought in March as a show of confidence in Musk.
Do not doubt, do not second guess, and don't ever challenge the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
House Speaker Mike Johnson said he wants to see the two men resolve their differences.
I hope they reconcile. I believe the President can turn my worldview, and I think it's good for the party and the country.
While some in the Republican Party are hoping President Trump and Elon Musk patch up their relationship, others appear to be fanning the flames. On Friday, Trump ally Steve Bannon called on the White House to investigate Musk over his alleged drug use and how he ran Trump's Department of Government Efficiency. Bannon also questioned whether Musk's path to becoming an American citizen was done correctly. Musk responded on social media Friday, calling the White House to serve 4 months in prison for criminal. Erica Brown, CBS News, the White House.
Erica, thank you. And today is the deadline for
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Grant County in eastern West Virginia, south central Mineral County in eastern West Virginia, northeastern Hardy County in eastern West Virginia, southern Hampshire County in eastern West Virginia, until 5:15 p.m. At 4:33 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 11 miles southwest of Romney, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour in gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, damaging winds will cause some trees and large branches to fall. This could injure those outdoors, as well as damage homes and vehicles. Roadways may become blocked by down trees. Localized power outages are possible. Unsecured light objects may become projectiles. Locations impacted include Russelldale, Bean Settlement, Yellow Spring, Old Fields, Purchaseville, Martin, Wardensville, Antioch, McNeil, Delray, Baker, Burlington, Increment, Kirby, Williamsport, Rio, Junction, Capon Springs, Bridgetto, and McCauley. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Now for the official action.
All right, thank you, Sterling. Oh, come on, CapCut.
Nashville, 81 degrees as well. A little bit muggier than it has been with these raindrops still falling. And that's the case overnight tonight. We're going to dry up and bring. We do have by mid-evening still mostly dry, but still warm and muggy. And there are additional showers and storms for pride events or if you're doing anything else outside. There are 2 times.
Oh, come on.
Saturday and Sunday.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Stafford County in northern Virginia, southeastern Fauquier County in northern Virginia, southwestern Prince William County in northern Virginia until 5:15 p.m. At 4:35 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles south of Linton Hall, or 10 miles southeast of Warrenton, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, damaging winds will cause some trees and large branches to fall. This could injure those outdoors, as well as damage homes and vehicles. Roadways may become blocked by downed trees. Localized power outages are possible. Unsecured light objects may become projectiles. Locations impacted include Calvert, Roseville, Garrisonville, Avon, Catlett, Heflin, Aquia, Stork, Nokesville, Ruby, Somerville, Bristersburg, Linton Hall, and Independent Hill. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. The severe thunderstorm warning. Catlett, Heflin, Aquia, Stork, Nokesville, Ruby, Somerville, Bristersburg, Linton Hall, and Independent Hill. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
Alright, Sterling, are you going to give me a break now?
What does it look like programming-wise here in the States?
No. Crap.
Which is the program that Baltimore kids, Carrollton kids, Wesley students, and they are working private life, different types of energy systems, with building solar powered cars, battery operated cars, and even compare everything that the kids are doing is more private focused. It's like if you know how to do it, show me. And then we have the cross-cultural and art exploration program, where every summer a cultural focus field trip. And it can be an embassy or a cultural center. We've been to Ghana Embassy, we've been to Korean Embassy, Japan, and once you enter the embassy, you are in the country. So it's just a little way of, even if you don't have money to go outside the U.S., allow them to also experience different culture here. We don't want to turn anybody down because of money. So we are very great need of funding and also board of directors and also volunteers to teach if you have any skills. We are looking for mentors. When you bring people that look like them, they are doing something that is similar to what they want to do. It brings something to connect with them and empower them.
And we know there are more community agencies out there. I want you to let us know who they are so we can highlight all the great work they're doing.
Head over to WJZ.com/nominate-MVP to submit your nomination.
Well, straight ahead on WJZ News at 4, it's artificial intelligence getting too smart. What experts have noticed that's making them raise alarm bells.
And Denise, sneaky showers, a couple thunderstorms out there today. There is more where that came from. Tracking your weekend forecast coming up.
I'm Steve Harvey with the story of a kid who takes work ethic to a whole nother level. Meet him when we go on the road to Tequila, Georgia. Coming up on the CBS Evening News. This season, we went searching for the very best. So join me in my kitchen here for some truly memorable meals. Welcome back, everybody, to Emerald Cooks.
Welcome to a new season of Market Cooks. Delicious food, away from those lots of fun with food, with friends, and with John's Kitchen. Watch free on WBS.
Researchers are warning artificial intelligence has evolved. They say some AI models have become self-aware and are rewriting their own code. In a series of tests, a new powerful AI model directly refused human commands. This is according to Palisade Research, which studies the technology. Specifically, Palisade says the new program from the company OpenAI sabotaged a shutdown mechanism, even when explicitly instructed, allowing herself to be shut down. Now, it didn't happen every time, but enough to raise alarms.
Artificial intelligence is opening new ways to manipulate photos and turn them into online image abuse. One study found 6% of American teens have been targets of nude deepfakes that look like them. And a CBS News investigation found some popular social media companies are hosting ads that show how to make these explicit fakes. Lee Canary has more on the rising issue.
Upload a photo, watch anyone naked. That's what's being sold on so-called nudify tools, apps and websites that promise to undress anybody, replacing their clothes with a computer-generated naked body. Deepfakes that look very real and can even be animated into porn. The first victims were celebrities like Scarlett Johansson, whose photos were widely available, but not anymore.
I've seen people requesting explicit deepfakes using these tools of their family members, whether that be their mothers and their sisters, but also their teachers as well.
Jess Davies wrote a book about online misogyny and claims tech platforms are facilitating image abuse. A CBS News investigation found hundreds of ads promoting deepfake nudify tools on Meta platforms, including Instagram and Facebook. Meta said these ads violate their safety rules and took down the ones we flagged, but they also said the people behind the acts constantly evolve to avoid detection.
So if you're a person now whose photo is taken from you and uploaded onto one of these apps, feasibly you could be seen, or a body that looks like your body could be naked dancing. What kind of effect could that have on someone? The effect, I think, really cannot be underestimated. I've interviewed victim survivors who tell me that this has changed the way they exist, the way they move in the world, people that they trust.
It's my honor to officially sign the Take It Down Act into law.
Last month, President Trump signed a bill championed by the First Lady that makes publishing intimate images that are real or AI generated without consent a federal crime. And if the victim asks, tech companies have to take them down.
That's a big one.
Yeah, we can remove your copy.
But why are they put up in the first place? Misogyny, Davies says, needs to be tackled too.
This isn't just something that is on the government or on tech platforms. I think it's on society to call out these harmful behaviors. Now, Meta tell us they're working on this issue, but it's not just a problem for them. We found Nudify apps on Apple's App Store and have reached out to them for comment too, but not yet heard back. Lee Canary, CBS News, London.
Well, the U.S. economy added 139,000 jobs last month, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's down from the revised 147,000 positions reported in May. However, it is more than many economists expected. Consensus estimates from FactSet said many analysts had forecast 130,000 jobs for the month of May. The national unemployment rate remained unchanged at 4.2%.
A zebra on the loose in Tennessee has been spotted again this morning.
So the animal was lost for a few days and we lost track of it. But the now famous zebra escaped Saturday after jumping his owner's fence, had not been seen since last weekend. The zebra, nicknamed Ed by social media users, has for good reason gained a lot of attention.
The owners of the runaway are working on a best plan of action to safely trap Ed.
Well, I understand Ed lives with two other zebras. I was out with them at the door. But he looks awfully happy. Doesn't like he's interested in going anywhere except exploring.
Right, but why Ed? Why Ed?
A curious zebra.
Yeah, it should be a children's book. All right, Vicki Klein, what's in the inner harbor right now? The rain has led up to the
southwestern Allegheny County in western Maryland.
Oh, wow.
Central Mineral County in eastern West Virginia until 8 p.m. At 4:47 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area.
Oh, thank you.
Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen.
Let me just make sure.
The expected rainfall rate is 0.5 to 1 inch in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts of 0.5 to 1 inch are possible in the warned area.
Just want to make sure.
Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar.
Just want to make
Impact:
sure.
flash flooding of small
Let me
creeks
see a
and
message
streams,
if you really want.
urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Kaiser, Westernport, Bel Air, Fort Ashby, Lanacony, Piedmont, Alpharetta, Crescenttown, Rawlings, Barton, Midland, Franklin, Burlington, Woodland, Luke, Spring Gap, McCool, Dogwood Flat, Reese's Mill, Reynolds. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. This is a statement from Fort Ashby, Lanacony, Piedmont,
It's not WAYZ, is it?
Crescenttown, Rawlings, Barton, Midland, Franklin, Burlington, Woodland, Luke, Spring Gap, McCool, Dogwood Flat, Reese's Mill, Reynolds. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles.
And again, beaches continuing with morning rain, possibility of some isolated afternoon and evening storms. Temperature-wise tomorrow.
Well, who knew? WGMS actually relays for Allegheny County, Maryland. Or Mineral County, West Virginia. Or maybe both. I don't know. But they relayed that. That was cool.
Edmonton also cracking 80 degrees tomorrow, so another notch down temperature.
Oh, come on, CapCut.
It's a bit of a different story. We talked about the peak rain chance Saturday being in the morning to about lunchtime. Kind of the opposite trend as we get into Sunday, midday, isolated showers, lots of clouds. But we may actually, new data coming in, hinting that we're going to be waiting a little bit Sunday, maybe until evening time for showers and thunderstorms to develop. Once again, a couple could be severe gusty winds and small hail. Monday, a drier day, an uptick in the rain late Monday night into Tuesday, and then Wednesday we're back to nicer weather. Overall rainfall amounts between now and then the dry out Wednesday, looking at widespread 1 to 2 inches. Denise, Nikki, yet again some more drought relief on the way, and again back up close to 90 as we head next week.
All right, summer is coming. Straight ahead on WJZ News at 4.
We're getting ready for Broadway's biggest night. And here we are outside of Radio City Music Hall with what to watch for at this year's Tony Awards. Whether you're a theater super fan or green to the great white way.
Come on. You serious?
Radio City Music Hall is preparing to raise the curtain on Broadway's biggest night.
I think it permits people who don't get to come to the gigs.
What's on stage Sunday, Cynthia Erivo will host the 78th Tony Awards. They need about 10 nights each. A champion of comedy music. Dollar Rock Pennsylvania popularity. Deborah Closer, the adaptation of the night for comedy. And preparedness to social work, a summer gift show about human music. Alex Burns, CEO and Senior Vice President of Broadway Program Manager at Program, says this has been one of Disney's brightest seasons in Denver. I guess there are storylines throughout the evening or real Denver. I want to say one of the characters itself. Before I think our plans for all the best musical and best musical reality content, so it's time for six-time Emmy winner Edward Mcdonald, but this is like a Broadway's Powerhouse negotiations to show us what he's doing. In the news, this week Mcdonald will feature special ingredients, the original concept of the most nominated show in Emmy history, the inaugural series for the performance celebrating the show's 10th anniversary.
We have Hamilton in part to thank for really changing the public's perception.
A final bow for the highest grossing season in Broadway history. Jared Hill, CBS News, New York.
Even if you don't like theater, it is always a great show to come and see. Well, make sure to stay with WJZ. The news at 5 is next.
Football fans and competitors, especially when it comes to tailgating. This season, we've got new teams, new super fans here in the middle of City Park in New Orleans. Oh, I'm getting excited.
Steve, nice coaching. I want to help other immigrants get back to their selfless, deserving air.
extradition, admitted his deportation was a mistake, but for months was in a standoff with courts about facilitating his return.
WJZ is live tonight with this breaking news. WJZ investigator Mike Eldred has been following this case since the beginning and has the very latest. Mike.
Nikki Denise, the government is taking a hardline stance, and Abrego Garcia is facing 2 new criminal charges. His attorney said in a statement tonight that this is an abuse of power and not justice. Gilmar Abrego Garcia's case became a flashpoint for immigration across the country. Now he is headed back to the United States to face charges in another case out of Tennessee. Federal prosecutors allege he transported hundreds of undocumented migrants for years, including minors and gang members.
The grand jury found that over the past 9 years, Abrego Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring. They found this was his full-time job, not a contractor. He was a smuggler of humans and children and women.
On March 15th, the 29-year-old undocumented immigrant from El Salvador had just left his job as a sheet metal worker in Baltimore City and picked up his 5-year-old son from his grandmother's home. The federal agents arrested him in Beltsville and deported him without due process, initially to an infamously violent prison. This came despite a prior court order barring Abrego Garcia from being sent back to El Salvador. His wife pleaded for his return.
Gilmar, if you can hear me, I'm still fighting for you. Your brother, your mother, our children are still fighting for you. We're not going to give up hope.
She sued the government, leading to a courtroom battle with the Trump administration, which has resisted providing key information and insisted his deportation was proper, calling him a dangerous gang leader.
He made over 100 trips, the grand jury found, smuggling people throughout our country. MS-13 members, violent gang, terrorist organization members throughout our country.
Several lawmakers got involved in the fight, most notably Senator Chris Van Hollen, who traveled to El Salvador and met with Abrego Garcia. Federal prosecutors said they would push to deport Abrego Garcia again, pending the outcome of the new case.
This is what American justice looks like.
Now, the government alleges Abrego Garcia's crimes took place between 2016 and this year, that he would pick up migrants in Houston and take them around the country. Nikki and Denise.
All right, Mike, thank you for breaking that all down for us.
And before the Abrego Garcia story broke late this afternoon, Mike, who's staying with us now, was following another very important story here in Baltimore, the cleanup in the harbor after 2,000 gallons of diesel fuel spilled into the water. So, Mike, I know you have that story for us as well.
I do, Denise, and Johns Hopkins is saying that they are going to pay for that cleanup. It's remarkable the amount of progress that we've seen, but any rain that happens over the weekend could threaten that. What a difference a day makes. From the WJZ drone, you can see the red dye from the diesel fuel pooled at the end of this canal yesterday, and today it's largely gone. A testament to the quick response after Johns Hopkins Hospital's emergency generators were overfilled, leaking into storm drains and funneling into the harbor Wednesday.
I was really worried when I woke up this morning about what I was going to find when kayaking around the harbor. And so I was really pleasantly surprised.
It's wintry rainy, and it's sunny over there, like Savage has been going on.
Cleaned up.
The Waterfront Partnership's Adam Lindquist not only extensively observed conditions on the water today, but also was instrumental in the creation of the turtle habitat in the canal where much of the fuel collected. It's one of the only stretches of natural shoreline left here.
Wildlife has really made that a sanctuary, to the point where we know that there are hundreds of turtles living in that canal, as well as the ducks and the geese and the fish. So I think we're, at this moment, less concerned about how this spill is going to affect the larger harbor and really starting to focus our attention on how we're going to restore and clean up the canal, which was the focus area of the spill.
The WJZ drone also captured protective barriers at Bell's Point, placed there in case fuel runoff goes that way.
that's a big question mark. How much fuel is still left in the stormwater pipes? Is it going to keep coming out of that one outfall? Could it spread to other outfalls? Right now, there's not been any spread to the other outfalls. But we just don't know what's going to happen when it starts raining. So we'll hold on.
Should the situation change, we're able to react to it very quick.
Officials say the investigation into the spill from Hopkins generators will start once the cleanup has ended. Johns Hopkins tells WJZ, "This is our home, and we are fully committed to funding the cleanup and remediation efforts in the Inner Harbor, including any impacts to local wildlife."
There will definitely come a time when we all want to know the answers of like how did this spill happen and how do we keep it from happening again.
Now, Lindquist tells us he is optimistic the Harbor Splash public swim event in the Inner Harbor is going to go on as scheduled 2 weeks from today. Reporting live in your corner in Harbor East, Mike Halbring, WJZ.
Mike, thank you. And make sure to stay with WJZ on air and online for the latest developments.
I didn't think they relayed for that.
We had rain, we had the wind. Mike Halbring live downtown earlier was windy, had the umbrella, and now we're back to sunshine. That is how this weekend is going to go. At times there will be rain, other times there will be sun. Right now, kind of in the void here across central Maryland, not too much going on. Earlier rain, now just sprinkles crossing the Cecil County line headed into northeast Maryland. We are tracking showers and thunderstorms moving through far eastern of West Virginia and western portions of Maryland. And this is on its way, though, to northern Virginia. It could remain to our south and west. However, certainly showing that the atmosphere is still capable of producing some showers and storms. No surprise, temperature 81. It's nearly 70 now. What that means, when those numbers are close, it is muggy outside. Our forecast averaged that chance of some additional rain and thunder in the forecast through 8, 9 p.m. this evening, and then gradually we're drier overnight tonight. But that will not be the case all day tomorrow. We're going to wake up to a little bit more rain. Those mid-morning plans could be impacted Saturday, but there is dry time this weekend. We'll help you plan the weekend plans with the rain chance, and then more on heat. It's back next week. Coming up with the weather forecast.
All right, thank you very much, Cutter. Well, 2 people are injured after a shooting in Phelps.
In the upper 70s.
Believe an 18-year-old woman and a 20-year-old man were shot on Main Street early this morning. Casey Baylor on your corner in Fells Point. She has frustration from business owners.
That early morning shooting sent 2 people to the hospital, but it also damaged this business here on Main Street. Now, business owners expressed their disappointment, but they say they're not letting it stop them from closing up shop today.
So we usually make them at matches of 100.
Each day is a busy one for Lyndon Eapen, the owner of Kilburn Ice Cream in Fells Point. But it's the daily connections he cherishes the most.
Being a business owner here very much feels like you're a part of the community.
The same can be felt right up the road on Tame Street.
It's just a thriving community at this point. Everyone's in a good mood, want to do their best to support the local community.
But a double shooting early Friday morning shocked these business owners.
It's hard to believe because what we're exposed to in terms of Fells Point, Main Street is very, like I said, very community oriented.
Baltimore police say officers were called to a hospital in reference to a walk-in shooting victim. They believe a 20-year-old man and an 18-year-old woman were shot on Tame Street. Bria Wood, the manager of Brightside Boutique Gift Shop, says her friend who lives nearby heard those shots.
She heard 8 gunshots go off around 2:58.
The shooting even shattered the glass of her boutique's front door.
It was a gunshot. They think it's a ricochet. There was a bullet fragment. They collect it as evidence.
As police piece this investigation together, business owners hope this doesn't negatively impact their neighborhood.
There's responsibility for people to not causing trouble like that, shooting people. It just, it leaves a bad rep for your neighborhood and it leaves a bad rep for the city.
Thunderstorm warning for Central Frederick County in northwest Virginia, Central Hampshire County in eastern West Virginia,